Welcome to day number 2 of the A11y Conference. We are so excited to have you join us on this beautiful Wednesday morning on April 26th. Adriana, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling
Feeling
good.
good.
I'm excited.
Excited.
You
You
are
are
echoing
echoing.
a little bit. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
feeling
I'll fix
great.
that right now.
Oops. Okay. Let's see.
Okay, try talking again. That should
Yep,
have fixed it.
we're all good.
Alrighty, so I am feeling, I had to go into my journal last night after all the conversations we had, um, and just like try to process everything because it was so much great information. Just even like taking a minute to step back and really understanding the evolution of the disability movement left me. Whew, I felt empowered. I felt like, oh my God, the disability movement is here. It's just the progression, the the willingness of people to create that future that did not exist. It's just so freaking inspiring. Gosh darn it. So I think we're just going to go ahead and get started because we have got another packed day today with so many more incredible speakers. So welcome if you are joining us today. Welcome to our StreamYard. If you are here early and you need accessibility support, you're kind of in the right place. So we want to make sure that everyone can really participate fully and learn and just engage with all of the conversations that we have today. So if you need support, go in the chat, let us know that you need help, and we'll get with you right away. For those that have hearing disabilities, we have closed captioning up on the screen. We also have an ASL interpreter. Um, if you are not able to see those two, but you are kind of understanding what I'm saying, there is a button on your Chrome extension, three buttons on the top right hand corner. You are going to click on it, and then you are going to click on settings, which will take you to your Chrome extension, and then you're going to go to accessibility to turn on your automatic captioning so that you can follow along. All right. We also want to remind everyone that today's webinar session is going to be recorded. So if you do not wish to be recorded, please let us know in the chat, and we will provide you instructions on how to exit the StreamYard or not showcase your comments, whatever it is that you need. Communicate. Um, and then finally, we want to thank you for joining us this morning and for allowing you to provide you with the necessary accommodations and the knowledge and expertise that you need to fully participate in today's webinar. We hope that today's session, today's webinar, is as incredibly useful and impactful and fun for you as it will be for all of us. So, without further ado, welcome! Oh, we have the wrong date on the slideshow, but that's okay. We'll fix that later. Welcome to day 2. Today is April 26th. And before we even get started, we want to give a huge thank you to our sponsors for making today's event possible. We first want to thank 3Play Media, who sponsor the captioning for our promotional videos. We have about 54 videos from our speakers. And if there's one thing that we've learned from this experience is that you can make a conference about accessibility and then now make everything that you do accessible. And one of the big lessons that Adriana and I learned as we were creating the promotional videos is that sometimes accessibility does take a little extra time. And sometimes it's better to do things a little bit later and to do them right than to do them rush and to not make them accessible. So 3Play Media sponsor for our promotional videos, which you will be seeing over the next few weeks as we promote our promotional videos for our speakers and the final videos for their presentations. We're so excited to share these with you. We also want to thank Google, who is one of our sponsors for this year's conference. They sponsored the ESL and captioning for this conference to make sure that we make this conference accessible. If there's one thing I will share with all of you is that accessibility is probably the biggest expense for us in this conference. And so without accessibility for this conference would not be happening. So thank you so much to Google for making that happen. We also want to thank AudioEye. Full disclosure, I am the advocacy and social media manager at AudioEye. So I am taking time off from my workday to be here with all of you. This really is my side hustle, my weekend project, my 8 p.m. to 2 in the morning project. So I'm very grateful to work for a company that's really committed to accessibility and making the world and the internet more accessible to everyone. One thing that a lot of people don't know is that only 3% of the internet is accessible to people with disabilities. And so working with companies like AudioEye to change that number is, it makes my heart sick. I want to pass the mic along to my colleague, Adriana Mendoza, who will talk about the Matthew B. Jocelyn Fund and the House of Possibility. Adriana, go for it.
Yes, hi everyone. I'm Adriana Malazi, founder of Puffin Innovations. I'm a Caucasian woman with short, dark with some silver in their hair, white blouse, power wheelchair, virtual background, which is a living room with a baby grand piano. So thank you to our sponsors, Matthew B. Jocelyn Fund, who is Kirk and Sheila Jocelyn in memory of their son Matthew, and this fund is through Easter Seals, Massachusetts, and it covers a variety of projects for people with disabilities. So they're very supportive of anything disability related. And then House of Possibilities, we wouldn't be able to stream on all these platforms without the use of StreamYard and their account. So House of Possibilities is in the South Shore of Massachusetts. They are a nonprofit organization that serves adults with developmental disabilities, and they do community-based programming as well as a job training, and I used to work for them. So thank you again to all our sponsors. Mariella?
Thank you so much, Adriana. Thank you, and thank you for reminding me to do my audio description. So my name is Mariela Paulino. I am a Hispanic woman. I have long black hair. I am wearing a black shirt with white letters that says the future is accessible, and then it has my handle at projecthearing.com or at Project Hearing. And I am in my home office, and I have some artwork behind me. My latest piece here says complaining is not a strategy, which has become really my life's motto recently. And my preferred gender pronouns are she and hers. Alrighty, let's get right into it. So the next slide is going to be A11y. What is A11y? So A11y is typically pronounced A11y or A11y or ALE. And so A11y is a numeronym. I think I'm saying that right. But it represents the word accessibility. So accessibility has 11 letters, and so you put A11y, and that is how you are able to shorten the word accessibility. And so the purpose of using A11y is to create a shorter version of the word for ease of use when writing accessibility on social media platforms, and to also showcase that you are an ally because you know what A11y means. So why are we here? We are here because there is a rampant problem within a lot of organizations, where a lot of organizations, especially And you see this all over the place. You see it in technology, you see it in healthcare, you see it in the education system. A lot of these organizations are about us, but without us. And what that means is that there is an absence of people with disabilities in leadership. This translates to policies and attitudes that are centered on pity, infantilization, savior complex, and a lot of other negative stigmas. So we wanted to create this conference because there are so many of us, so many people with disabilities whose voices are not being a part of these conversations. They are not in leadership putting conferences. They are not being asked to speak. Their expertise is just really being put away or tokenized. We want to change that narrative. In addition to that, people with disabilities often don't have spaces to share their lived experiences. Again, they are tokenized, but they are just like, we'll just have you as a speaker, but not actually part of the planning. And many organizations and events are inherently ableist because they lack advisors of people with disabilities. They lack training and they lack just basic exposure to people with disabilities. So that is what we are trying to change here. And how are we doing this? So people with disabilities and their allies are a huge growing market segment. And because of social media, especially if you look at the growth of the A11y movement, we have been increasingly vocal about A11y, and the diversity, equity, and inclusion as a topic has really become a lot more mainstream. So there is a lot of opportunity in this space for events like this and for our voices to be heard. So that is why we created this platform. I encourage all of you joining us today to use the hashtag A11y Conference so that we can share content and let other people know about all the wonderful things that we are doing here. And then we already went over our intros. So this is name, position, organization, audience description, and preferred gender pronoun. So if you're just joining us today, go ahead and share your name, your role, the organization you're with, your audio description, and your preferred gender pronouns so that we can say hi and give you a shout out. Anyway, we have some quick ground rules I'm going to just very quickly go over. The first one is accessibility first. So we recognize that accessibility is an ongoing process. In the words of one of our speakers today, progress, not perfection. And we are committed to continuously improving the accessibility of this conference. So if there's something that we're doing that is not working for you, we want to encourage you to reach out to us. We strive to make all presentations and activities as accessible as possible. We try to include all text in our slides, which will be shared. So if you are describing anything up on the screen, make sure that you also describe it for those that may not be able to see the screen. The second rule we have is respectful language and self-identification. So we're trying to create a welcoming and inclusive environment for everyone here. And part of that means that we need to include respectful and inclusive language. So we will use people first language, which is people with disabilities as opposed to disabled person. But we also recognize that we need to respect the way that people self-identify. So that is the rule moving forward. And then we also ask that everyone here have a learning mindset. So we recognize that the disability experience is not a one size fits all. So the experiences of one person with one type of disability may not be the experiences of another person with that same type of disability. But this is a space for learning and just really moving outside of our comfort zone to understand that our lived experiences can be drastically different, and it's so important for all of us to learn from each other. And then the final and most important rule is self-advocate. This is a conference for you. We are putting this conference together for you. So again, if there is something that you need, please don't hesitate to ask for it. This is a space for you. So if you need anything from us and you're not able to get in contact with us in the chat, email us at hello@a11yconference.com as soon as possible. We have an amazing lineup of speakers. We want to give a huge shout out to our sponsors once again. That is 3Play Media, Google, the Matthew B. Jocelyn Fund Audio Eye, and House of Possibilities. And you are being hosted today by myself, Project Healing, and Adriana Malosi from Puffin Innovations. And thank you so much for being here. We're so happy you're here. And we are going to start with our first session of the day. So we have Colleen Flanagan and we have Maria Town. Colleen is the outreach and engagement specialist for the city of Boston. And Maria Town is the president and CEO of the American Association of People with Disabilities. Adriana, would you like to introduce our guest for today?
Hello, welcome, Colleen and Maria. We're so excited to have you here today to speak about civic action. If you could each introduce yourselves, that would be great.
Thank you, Adriana. I'm very excited to be here. I'm Colleen Flanagan. I am the Outreach and Engagement Specialist for the uh, Boston Mayor's Commission for People with Disabilities. I am a white disabled woman with salt and pepper hair wearing a headset in an office in Boston City Hall. My preferred pronouns are she, her.
Hello, everyone. My name is Maria Town. I serve as the president and CEO of the American Association of People with Disabilities. I am a white woman with long brown hair. I'm wearing red lipstick and like a red floral print dress. And I'm coming to you from the corner of my bedroom in Washington, D.C. So I'm so excited to be here.
Great, thank you. Let's start with you, Maria. How did you get started in disability rights advocacy, and what inspired you to become involved?
Well, this is Maria. Adriana, that's a great question. And, I, in the spirit of self-disclosure, I have cerebral palsy, so I was born with my disability. And, growing up, I advocated for myself all the time. No one told me that's what I was doing. No one said I needed to do it, but it would be things like I wanted to play on the monkey bars at recess, and I would mobilize other children to help hoist me up so I could play on the monkey bars. And looking back at that, I was like, oh, I was kind of meant to be an organizer. And we got in trouble. But, that was me basically engaging in self-determination at age 6 on the playground. It wasn't until, much later, until I got much older, that I began to understand things like disability policy and understand how things like the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act shaped my own educational experiences. And I grew up in a more rural area in Louisiana, which is in the southern United States. And so there were not people around me who became professional advocates, right? I didn't see advocacy as a career, much less anything that I could do with meaning. And so it wasn't until I got to college and became connected to other disabled people that I began to understand disability as an identity that I could proudly claim, and as a community that I could engage with and help advance. And once I understood how deeply policy had shaped my life and the lives of my siblings who were also disabled, as well as the people I cared about, I knew, I set a goal for myself in my freshman year of college that I wanted to be a disability advocate. And I didn't know how to do it or what that meant, but I began to learn about, again, different policies. I began to read stories of disabled people and learn about things like community building and strength-based community development. And that kind of started my journey into this space now.
Well, that's great. I love the playground story. That's awesome. Colleen, please share how you started in this.
Yeah, thank you for asking. A lot like Maria, I came to this space because of circumstance. Because I was a person with a disability who was only 10 years old when the ADA was passed, I was included in a lot of mainstream things, but had to experience firsthand how the mainstream world wasn't truly ready to accept people with disabilities. So I experienced more discrimination and frankly harassment sometimes than I should have. Fast forward, I went to college, I studied communications. I knew I wanted to help amplify the voices of the unheard. And as time went on, I started learning that I was not the only person with a disability who felt unheard. So it seemed like a natural fit to dive all the way in and embrace the disability rights movement and really push it hard so that future generations don't have to become professional disability rights leaders. I hope future generations don't experience the same discrimination and harassment I did growing up, becoming a professional. And that's kind of why I got into this space.
Colleen, I'd love to go a little bit deeper into that. I'm curious because you talked a bit at the end there about how you wish that a lot of advocates didn't have to experience the same challenges you did. I'm really curious, looking back at your earlier advocacy work, what are some of the things that you wish you had done differently? And I would love to pass that along to you, Maria, after Colleen is done.
Thank you for the question. So I think looking back, I'm 43 years old now, lived a lot more life than I did when I was a young adult. And I would tell my younger self to never apologize for systemic oppression, never apologize for the ableism that we experience. It's conditioned in us to be apologetic and be sorry when the environment isn't built for people with disabilities. But we shouldn't have to apologize. And I would tell my younger self and every younger person that's listening right now, never apologize for inaccessibility and exclusion.
Powerful. Powerful. Maria, I'd love to pass that along to you.
Oof. I completely agree with Colleen, and I'll add, when I was younger, I didn't know the word ableism. I didn't hear the word ableism until, again, I was 25, maybe, right? So I still, to this day, have lived the majority of my life not even knowing how to name one of the primary systems of discrimination and oppression that I experience. So initially, a lot of my advocacy was focused on
Maria,
access.
a quick question here. I'm seeing that the captions are not processing. So let's take a quick minute to figure that out and truly make this accessible. Adriana, what's going on? Let me see. I'm so sorry. Let me ping Monday. Okay. We are back. Maria, as you were.
So what I said was I lived the majority of my life to this day not knowing how to name one of the primary systems of discrimination and oppression that I experienced. And so a lot of my initial advocacy was focused on physical accessibility, and that is important. But it often does not address the root cause of what creates physical accessibility, which is ableism. And one of my first jobs was working for the Department of Labor's Office of Disability Employment Policy. And because I was in this position that was, in the US government and in the Department of Labor, a lot of the rhetoric that I used in my advocacy was focused on making sure that disabled people could participate in the mainstream competitive job market. And again, that continues to be important and vital and necessary. But the way that I had to talk about our community was in saying things like, disabled people can be very productive workers, and we have low rates of job turnover, so please hire us because we will reduce your turnover costs. And, now at AAPD, I don't have to say things like that anymore. And I recognized how toxic that rhetoric is, because no one should be defined by their productivity, especially disabled people.
We are on fire today. I mean, this is the first panel of the day, and the gems that you two are dropping are bam, bam, bam. Maria, you said something really, really powerful, and I want to touch on that just a little bit more. But you talked about how your first role was within the Department of Labor. And Colleen, I know that you're working for the city of Boston. Can you maybe highlight how working in government shaped your idea of how things should work? Do you feel like working in government, you have more opportunity to create real civic change in a way that you wouldn't be able to in the private sector, for example? I'll start. I'll start with you, Maria.
This is Maria. So I actually spent a decade in government at the Department of Labor, the White House, and the Houston Mayor's Office. And I believe in good government. I think that government needs actually good, even radical people inside it if we really want to create the policies and changes that we need to make an inclusive world. And so I think if people are interested in government service, you should absolutely do it. There are things that you can do working inside government that are incredibly difficult when you're working in either nonprofit or for-profit institutions. For example, we see foundations making, $1 million grants to disability initiatives, and that's huge, right? It's this big story. For a government, $1 million is a small amount of money, right? The federal government is making grants that are hundreds of millions of dollars to disability services annually. The scale and the people you can reach through government is truly, in my opinion, unparalleled. At the same time, civic engagement can happen from any space, and we actually need government, nonprofit, private sector, faith-based, and individual citizens working together to create change. So what's really important is not saying, I need to go into government in order to accomplish X. It's looking at who you are, what motivates you, and where your strengths lie to determine what part can I play in making the change that I want to see.
Thank you. Colleen, anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, agree with everything that Maria said. And just important to remember that it doesn't take somebody working in government to make civic change. The public has a lot of opportunities to change the policies and other things that impact them. 25% of the public on average are people with disabilities. That's a quarter of the population. And the public policies and rules that come from government should be reflective of the needs of people with disabilities, reflective of the needs of 25% of the population.
Great. So that leads me to the next question, which is, how has disability rights advocacy evolved over the past few decades? And what role have you played in that evolution? Let's go with you, Colleen, since you were just talking
Just
about.
nodding my head because the disability rights movement has had so many victories and setbacks in the past few decades. You know, we have to remind ourselves that it was only almost 33 years ago where people with disabilities didn't have a right to public accommodation the same way they did after the Americans with Disabilities Act was passed. They didn't have the same right to reasonable accommodation in state and local governments the same way they do now after the Americans with Disabilities Act was passed. So now, 3.5 decades later, that we have those protections under the Americans with Disabilities Act, a lot more people have been included in schools, in jobs, in all sorts of different parts of the community. Although they're included, sometimes they experience discrimination and harassment after being included, because sometimes the enforcement of the Americans with Disabilities Act is not as strong as we would like. So I feel like we've come so far. We've come from nothing, where it was completely okay to tell somebody with a disability, no, you can't have this job just because you have a disability. The Americans with Disabilities Act changed that so that more people are seeking employment and getting employment. But now that more people with disabilities are included in society, we're starting to see more and more violations of the Americans with Disabilities Act because some people really are still just afraid. They fear disability. They don't understand it. So we need, in this day and age, more education around disability. Where are the disability history classes so people can learn not just about the social justice movement of people with disabilities, but also how natural and normal disability is. It's a part of life. It's always been part of life in the human experience. I think it's wrong that we don't allow children in our public schools to learn how natural and normal disability is. So I
Thank
hope
you.
that that's the next chapter.
Yeah, thank you, Colleen. But I would love to know, what part did you take in this evolution? What role do you feel that you've helped change things, make changes?
I think sometimes just refusing to be ignored and continuing to just live the existence you want despite the discrimination and naysayers that you experience as having a disability is part of making that change happen. And that's probably some of the things I did. In addition to joining different movements that have helped fight for disability rights and push our movement forward and actually get a chance of achieving disability justice. I think the biggest thing I did was just continue to seize the opportunities that I wanted to seize, regardless of the discrimination that it might have included.
This is Maria. I'm going to jump in here and be a bit of a Colleen hype woman. And I'll be real, like, part of the difficulty of working for government is there's some things that you can't say, and Colleen is at her desk right now. So prior to her current job, Colleen ran a PAC, a political, is it advocacy committee? What does the A stand for?
Action.
Action, thank you. I was like, why can't I think of this? But Colleen ran a political action committee that was focused on supporting and endorsing and getting disabled people elected to office. That is a big deal. And, today we see people like Senator John Fetterman getting elected, right, as a stroke survivor, as someone who has been very open about his psychiatric disability. We see disabled people getting elected in Colorado, in Arizona, and more. And Colleen is a part of why we see greater representation in our actual elected bodies of disabled people. The other thing that Colleen helped do is save Medicaid. So we've talked a lot about the Americans with Disabilities Act. I've mentioned the IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, and these policies, these civil rights laws, are really important for articulating values and for articulating standards. But what the ADA does not come with is money that actually pays for the supports that disabled people need to survive. The thing that pays for, personal attendant care, health care, job coaches is Medicaid. And in 2017, Colleen and a number of other advocates literally put themselves on the line, right? I mean, how many fractures did you risk, Colleen, as police were like hoisting you out of your chair?
I risked all of the fractures all of the
fractures, right? She helped save Medicaid, and so those are not really things she can say at her current job. So that is my role as Colleen Hype Woman.
Thank you, Maria.
You're welcome. And Colleen have been like in a lot of these fights together, but just in different places, to my earlier point. And so I think, Adriana, to your question, the movement itself has become more inclusive. We still have a lot of work to do. If you look at the photo of the signing of the ADA, on that stage is a bunch of white men, one white woman. And now, if we were to have a signing of a major piece of legislation, the people on that stage would be much more representative of the actual disability community. We'd see people of color, we'd see, not only men and women, but probably non-binary people. We'd see folks who were openly queer. I also think we have a broader definition of disability than we've had previously. AAPD is a cross-disability organization, meaning that we work to build the collective power of our movement. We don't focus on specific disability experiences. Rather, we try to build these broad coalitions that include folks with long COVID, people with mobility disabilities, people with intellectual disabilities, people with psychiatric disabilities. And I think one of the biggest things that has, one of the biggest differences today than even 10 years ago is that folks feel more comfortable being out, particularly about mental health. There's still significant amounts of stigma, but there are more open discussions about mental health today than I could have imagined, again, even 5 years ago. The other thing that I think is different is actually, the use of technology. And one of my complaints about the ADA is how quickly kind of the tech revolution happened after the legislation passed. And no one in 1989, as it was getting drafted, could have predicted that within 15 years we'd all be kind of existing with supercomputers in our pockets. And so there really isn't a lot of teeth for tech accessibility and inclusion within the ADA and within existing civil rights laws. And so one of the areas where I think I've made a huge difference is working on things like disability bias in artificial intelligence. AAPD, along with some other organizations, were instrumental in getting guidance from the Department of Justice and the Equal Employment Opportunities Commission earlier this year that prohibits discrimination against people with disabilities in automated employment decision tools. AAPD has also been engaged in making sure that autonomous vehicles are actually accessible, because for folks like me who don't drive, a an autonomous vehicle will only be helpful if it's actually accessible itself. The other thing that we're doing a lot on at AAPD is we have an initiative called Rev Up, which is our voting initiative. It stands for Register, Educate, Vote, Use Your Power. And since coming to AAPD over the past 2 years, we've been able to distribute $500,000 across the country to disability grassroots organizations to build our civic engagement infrastructure. And I am really proud of that.
Oh my goodness, I just shared the link to the Rep Up campaign in the chat. That was incredibly useful. Thank you so much for sharing that, Colleen and Maria. I think my next question for the two of you is going to be, what advice would you have for individuals that want to become more involved in disability rights advocacy in their communities? Maria, I'll start with you.
I don't know where to start. I will say, try to learn about disability experiences that are not your own. One of the things that I think that has harmed the progress of the disability rights movement is we've gotten a lot of policies and campaigns that have been focused on remediating discrimination for one particular disability group. So, for example, there are a number of states that will remove a child if their parents from their families if their parents are disabled. But the blind community has been very successful in getting protections for blind parents. And I'm always like, what about everybody else? So it's one of the things that I had to learn, and I can't remember who said it at the very top, but even for people with cerebral palsy, our needs and preferences can vary significantly, right? Adriana, you and I have the same disability, right? And so I think it's so important that we really learn a lot outside of our own experiences as disabled people and connect with other advocates so we can find actually those core values and principles and come together to increase our collective power to advance our movement. So I'll also say really quickly that you can be a disability advocate in whatever space you exist in, right? You don't have to have a formal role like myself or Colleen. And as a disabled person, this is a blessing and a curse. Wherever you go, you may have to be a disability advocate. So just know that, and I hope that helps. Anyway, Colleen, I'll pass it to you.
Thanks, Maria. And yeah, gotta echo what you said. No matter what space you choose, you will advance the disability movement, because I think for people who want to jump into this movement, it's important to know that it exists in every single space, just like Maria said. So whether you're into sports or art or science, it doesn't matter. You go to those places and you embrace your disability pride and understand that you have the protections to not be discriminated in any space that you go. So we need people to go to the spaces that interest them, not just spaces that they think they belong because it's a quote disability space. That's what I would tell anybody who wants to push this movement forward, is to go where their talents and their passions are and never apologize for being disabled in those spaces.
I want to just share the story from my own personal experience. I have a hearing disability. And so when I was younger and I would listen to the radio, what my mom would do is on the weekend, she would turn the radio on, and she and my sister and I would kind of clean the house. We would play Selena, Bidi Bidi Bam Bam. We would play merengue, bachata, Britney Spears, the Backstreet Boys. But one of the things that she noticed was that while my sister would listen to the song, and she would too, and they would sing along, I would be excluded from those experiences. And this was before lyrics. This was before Google. This was like in a time when you had a radio and you had a cassette. And so what my mom would do is a song would play on the radio, and she would take a cassette and she would record the song. And then she would spend all night just writing out the lyrics by hand. And then she would present me with those lyrics so that when a song came up on the radio, I would be able to read the lyrics and follow along to the song so I could participate in the sing alongs with my sister and her. And that was so instrumental for me because it really showed how I came to expect accessibility in the home. And so leaving the home, going into education, going into the workplace, I also came to expect the same level of accessibility, which is what both of you are talking about. And I love that. And I actually want to highlight that for a minute there, but is that sense of inclusion something that also started in the home for both of you? Is that what started your civic journey?
Yeah, this is Colleen. I think a little bit. I mean, I grew up as the only person with a disability, so I probably started to practice a little bit with that experience there.
This is Maria. I similar to Colleen. I growing up, I was the only like visibly disabled person in my family, and you know, like you, Mariella, I had a mom specifically who was really open to adapting things so that I could participate. And she was also, again, like I didn't try to climb up the monkey bars with other students because that came out of nowhere. My mom was also a firm believer in dignity of risk. And so she really let me try things. I think one of my initial sort of civic engagement experiences came from the Girl Scouts. I was in a mainstream troop, and we would do things like march at the Earth Day parade, and clean up. Again, I'm from Louisiana, so we would clean up the bayou, and it was always interesting. My mom and the troop leaders would let me and the other girls figure out how to make my participation work on my own terms. And I think that was really important. And one of the things that actually frustrates me the most is when, whether it's governments or places like hospitals or service providers, actually dictate the participation of disabled people on their terms. Without allowing people like me and Colleen and Mariella and Adriana to say, actually, no, this is the way that works best for me. I don't have to do it the way that you've prescribed.
Thank you for that. Adriana, I'm going to pass it to you for the next question.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Yeah.
You want me to take over?
Yes, please, because I have too many.
No problem. So, Colleen, what do you think are the most pressing issues facing the disability community today, and how can civic action address these issues?
That's a big question, Mariella. There's
A
a
spicy one.
spicy one. There's a lot of issues that remain that need to be resolved so that people with disabilities can have equity. I think one of the most glaring, I'm gonna give a couple. I'm not gonna dive into super duper details, but a huge glaring issue that people with disabilities have is gaining home care. People with disabilities often need assistance with activities of daily living in their home, dressing, bathing, all the activities of daily living. And the system in which people with disabilities can access those services needs a lot of work. In some states, people with disabilities are forced to pay their attendants like $7 an hour. It's disgusting. It's insulting, because without adequate home care, people with disabilities cannot contribute to the community as well as they should. So Improving our home care system, our home and community-based service system is huge. Included in that home and community-based services is our durable medical equipment system. People with disabilities all over the country are waiting months for their wheelchairs to be fixed. There's a lot more issues that I the list is just so long, but those two, being able to access the services that people need to live independently. To When I say to live independently, I mean to be able to make the choices in their own life and to be able to have the control in their own life, that they need those services to be able to do it. So I also think people with disabilities should be able to ride in their wheelchairs on airplanes. And with that, I will pass it to Maria.
Ooh. Yeah, this is Maria. There's so many issues, and I agree with Colleen. So I'm in DC. AAPD does a lot of we're nonpartisan, but we do a lot of political work. So Colleen mentioned the need for improved home and community-based services. And I think one of the major issues, particularly on improving our HCBS system, has been solutions that prioritize either disabled people who are using these services or the workers who make these services happen, direct support workers, personal care attendants. What we need are solutions that actually prioritize both groups because our struggles are interconnected. So right now, Congress needs to pass a budget. President Biden has proposed a budget that, protects Social Security, it protects Medicare, it expands child care, all of these things. And the Republicans, the Speaker of the House, Speaker McCarthy, has proposed a budget that creates work requirements for Medicaid beneficiaries. This is extremely harmful to people with disabilities. You may have people with disabilities who, yes, we can work, but we experience so much discrimination, like Colleen has discussed, that when we get a job, it's tough for us to keep because we get fired very quickly. And so a lot of people really need benefits to survive because we don't have consistent access to other forms of compensation. Work requirements would mean that even fewer people with disabilities would get access to benefits and would get access to home and community-based services. So one of the things that I hope everyone on this conference does is get educated on these budget proposals, figure out which one you agree with, and specifically, if you think these budget proposals need changes, tell your elected officials or tell organizations like AAPD and we'll tell your elected officials. And I think there's a saying, budgets are moral documents, and that what that means is what you fund shows what you value. So when we see budget proposals that, again, decrease Medicaid, that cut Social Security, it's very clear that disabled people aren't valued. Going back to this, our fights are interconnected. Right now we're seeing huge attacks on the trans community, on people who have different gender expressions. Disabled people are more likely to be trans and LGBTQ. Colleen already talked about the need for greater disability history, but as we're seeing books getting banned, folks are going to try to ban books about disabled history too. And I think, we cannot be silent on these kinds of attacks, because even though, as a cis person, I might say, well, they're not attacking me, but they are. And we have to be able to have solidarity with other communities, because people with disabilities exist in every community. And we also need to make sure that all of these movements, all of these organizing fights are actually accessible so that the disabled people within all of these communities can participate and feel that their contributions are valued equally to the folks who maybe can show up in person for a rally. I want to acknowledge that we're still in a global pandemic. For a lot of disabled people, we remain isolated in our homes. And so showing up online, showing up in conversation should be valued as equally as showing up to, say, a rally, right? Or doing a kind of direct action. And I think we still, in organizing spaces generally, don't value different kinds of participation equally. That was a little bit of a tangent. Back to y'all moderators.
All right. Well, thank you, both of you. I mean, all of the knowledge that you shared with us today, definitely we all need time to digest. But
I want to, before we go into our next speakers, Adriana, Colleen and Maria, I would like to ask both of you for just closing thoughts. Colleen, what is the one thing that common thought, suggestions, words of wisdom that you want to share with our community before you jump?
Yeah. So in closing, I just want to remind everybody that the future can be accessible if we make it accessible. So I hope everybody that is listening is willing to make the future accessible. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for that, Colleen. Maria, closing remarks.
Civic engagement looks like a lot of different things. It can mean voting. It can mean showing up at your town hall or your local disabilities commission meeting. It can also mean coming together with your community on your own terms and finding spaces, places, and people that bring you joy so that you can better engage with your community. If folks are thinking about getting engaged at a local level, find people like Colleen. I don't want to say make their lives hard, but let people like Colleen hear from you and learn from you, right? Identify, this is an Ed Roberts word, identify the advocrats. These are advocates who are serving in bureaucratic roles. I was one of them. Colleen is definitely one of them. But if engagement in kind of direct government or state systems isn't for you, there are so many other ways that you can engage that will not only improve your life, but the lives of those around you. So thank you for letting me be here today.
Thank you for being here today. And Adriana is keeping us on time. Maria, Colin, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us and with our audience on this very important topic. We're going to take you off the stage and we'll see you next time. We'll be in touch. So our next speakers are going to be Dr. Stephanie and Johnny A. Let's bring them up on the stage. Look at that shirt. I've seen that before.
Yeah, I got it from a friend. Love that shirt. Hi, everyone. I'm Stephanie, Dr. Van. I'll do my audio description with the talk, but I was wondering, can I share my slides? Is that?
Yes, once we get down. So are we waiting for AJ to join? Because AJ is not on yet.
Oh, okay. I called him and he said he would be able to join for the tech check.
Yeah, Amy's on. So Amy's with AJ right now.
Right.
So AJ should. I'm gonna put Mariel and I off the screen. You can share your slides.
Okay. Can everyone see my slides? Are my okay, I think I can see my slides up here. And then we'll just, Make sure AJ's up. Amy or AJ, let us know if there's anything we can do from a technical standpoint.
Sorry, it said that he's been backstage for 10 minutes. Hi, AJ will be coming soon. I just have to resend the link. There are some technical difficulties. He'll be right on.
Maybe in the meantime, I can give everyone a nice audio description of what you can see on my camera. I'm Dr. Stephanie. I'm a Vietnamese woman with long dark hair, wearing a gray blazer and teal scrubs, sitting in front of a colorful bookshelf featuring lots of little disability advocacy Easter eggs. One of them is a black t-shirt that says "The future is accessible" at Project Hearing. So shout out to Mariella. I also have a Judy Human t-shirt that says, "I want to see feisty disabled people change the world." And then I also have the Diversability sweatshirt that says, "Disability is not a bad word," amongst other things. There's also some books and some stickers related to disability advocacy. I've got some rainbow infinity symbols for Autism Awareness and Pride Month. So hopefully that's a nice feast for your eyes. All right, update from Adriana. Here we go, AJ. Here.
I just want to say that technical difficulties, that is real.
It's so real.
Uh,
So glad you could join us. Thanks for hopping on, AJ. No worries. All right, so welcome everyone. It's so great to be here.
oh, Amy,
Oh.
I'm hearing too.
AJ, do you need a second to fix your microphone or anything?
Okay. I don't hear anything now, but
AJ, can you hear me?
I just heard it after I said it. Like,
Okay, do you think we're good to get started, AJ? Maybe not yet.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Just let know you have echoing and you need
I had there was a major delay. Like right after I would say something, I heard it like 30 seconds later or something.
Oh, okay. Is this better for you?
Okay, it should be.
Yes.
All right, let's get started. So welcome to this talk about turning your doctor into an ally, teaching healthcare professionals about ableism and disability medicine. So hi, everyone. I'll introduce myself again. I'm Dr. Stephanie Van. I am a Vietnamese woman with long dark hair wearing a gray fleece and teal scrubs sitting in front of my colorful bookshelf. I'm an interventional pain management specialist, and I'm an assistant professor at the Johns Hopkins School of Medicine. And joining me today is my co-speaker, Ajani AJ Murray. Take it away, AJ.
Hi. Like I said, like Dr. Stephanie said, my name is A11y Murray. I am Stephanie's producer amongst I also produce and write. I'm an actor. I'm a public speaker. I'm also a consultant on many different aspects of disability, and I'm very excited to be here today. Thank you.
Yeah, so we want to share some tips and tricks with you today because, as we all know well, there are many barriers people face as patients seeking healthcare. And that's been a lot of great discussion already so far throughout the conference. One, we have to find a provider in our insurance network who's taking new patients, located ideally a reasonable distance away from us. We then have to arrange for accessible transportation and make sure there's enough accessible parking. And then we have to hope that the doctor we see is knowledgeable, compassionate, and can actually help us with our concerns. A lot of steps even before you get into the office to see the doctor. So the reality is that healthcare is not as accessible as it should be. And unfortunately, doctors are notoriously unprepared to help people with disabilities navigate their care. AJ is an experienced patient, so I want to give him the opportunity to share some of his perspectives throughout the session, and I'm sure we can all relate in some form or another. So AJ, do you want to share some experiences of healthcare and what you found not so ideal?
Well, I just wanted to add before I get started really quickly and promptly. My pronouns are he, him, and my audio description. I am an African American male in a power chair. I have a long sleeve maroon shirt, and I am in my room, which is painted like a dark blue. Um, yeah. So it's been. I'm sorry. Can you just repeat the question really fastly? I'm
Yeah, let's
sorry.
let's
Sorry.
let's introduce everyone to just your experience as a patient receiving healthcare and some not so great experiences that, healthcare needs to work on. Do you want to share some anecdotes?
Yeah, so I would say overall, so mainly, for the bulk of my experience, especially in my younger years, even bleeding into now, even though it's getting a little bit better, is like, um, is the main thing is people want to automatically go to my mom or my caretaker. I'm sure there are a lot of us that can relate to us being right in the office, and even if we lead off the conversation, uh, there would there would be direct eye contact with your mom or your caretaker. Um, it's been my experience that you want to sort of alleviate that somewhat a little bit. It's been my experience that you want to come in like sort of knowing your case and knowing your background a little bit. And if you take the lead and mention what you're there for, your medical issue, that sort of can help out a little bit, So I would say it has helped me in some ways to know my stuff. And people are like, Wow," whether it's a nurse or a doctor, they're like, "Oh, I guess I know his stuff. Like I can." He can speak, even though in the very beginning, like I introduced myself, but they will go directly to your parent or your caretaker.
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up because there's some things that we can't control. Like there's a lot of bias and prejudice and ableism that exists throughout healthcare. There's a lot of medicalization, dehumanization, and healthcare can be a very traumatizing experience, not just from a physical standpoint, but also an emotional standpoint. It's very emotionally exhausting to be going through stress and illness. And there's also financial strain. Like, people worry about the cost of healthcare and bankruptcy, because medical bills can add up. So it's great to be able to focus on, okay, what can we control in these situations? And that's what we're hoping to share with you today.
Yeah, yeah, and just to sort of add on to that, like a really quick anecdote. Like I go off to Vermont in the summers, and this one particular summer, I was ill. I needed to go to the hospital. Now I do have insurance, but I have state Medicaid. And to make a long story short, I ended up having like a UTI. I think they did like one X-ray, but my bill was $40,000. Um, pr- Primarily, probably because I had insurance, but it was state Georgia Medicaid.
Yeah, and that is such a huge strain and cost. And there's been a lot of talk about the systemic issues, policy issues, government funding, and there's a lot of multi-layered problems in there. So it's a big topic that I think is being covered, thankfully, across the whole spectrum of speakers at this conference. But today we want to focus on what we can control in just even the setting of a doctor's office and like one doctor's visit. Because there's many things that you can do to guide your healthcare provider so that bias is at a minimum, hopefully. So I just want to come at this with the understanding that, yes, I am in healthcare. I take care of a lot of patients with disabilities, and I try to give doctors the benefit of the doubt. You know, they're doing their best for the most part, but doctors, we have a lot to learn from the people we're supposed to be taking care of. We spend a lot of years in school. We go into a lot of debt. We memorize textbooks and regurgitate facts. So even when doctors are not fully knowledgeable about taking care of every single person, um, it's it's because they aren't fully prepared. I would argue that access to knowledge about disability conscious healthcare is not there. And so a lot of the work that AJ and I do is to help make disability conscious healthcare education accessible to healthcare providers so they can have the right tools and build the skills to be able to care for everybody. So to meet this need, we started a YouTube channel to create this type of content. Our YouTube channel is centered on disability conscious healthcare education. We feature interviews with people with disabilities and lived experience. We do fun stuff like movie and TV breakdowns, and we also have more academic style lectures for healthcare students. So we want to give you a little taste of the content that we feature on our channel. Today, we're going to share some tips and tricks about how to make the most out of your time with your doctors. These 6 or 7 tips will give your doctors the best chance of overcoming ableism and collaborating with you to achieve your goals for your health. So here's my one slide. These are our top 7 tips for allyship at the doctor's office. Tip number 1 is being mindful of time. Usually new patient appointments are 30 minutes, sometimes less. And unfortunately, doctors aren't always running on schedule. So they may not be as respectful of time as you are, but it's important to take the higher road and do what you can with the time that you have.
Yeah, I'm sure if some of us or not all of us can relate to, I know that I've been and I was sharing with Dr. Stephanie, is that like my primary care doctor is a very nice man. And once he's in the office, it's a very lovely appointment, and they're very precise and they try to get the help that I need. However, isn't it kind of funny how you need to be there exactly on time? And I've been in this wonderful man's office for an hour.
Yeah, and sadly, that's not an uncommon experience. It's frustrating when people get asked to arrive 30 minutes before the appointment and then they're waiting 30 minutes after their appointment just to be seen. Um, there's a lot of components to why this happens. Doctors are under a lot of pressure to see a high volume of patients. So, you know, if they have a bunch of people to see, it means that each individual person might get less of the time and attention that they deserve for their health appointment. So it's extremely frustrating. But the time that you do have, we're hoping to make the most out of it, so that all of the rest of our tips are going to help maximize that. Okay, so tip number 2 might seem simple, but introducing yourself, making your access needs very clear up front, and starting with your overall goal for the visit. That is a really nice, clear statement to the doctor about how they can best help you throughout the visit, and then helping form a plan to achieve that goal that you present.
Yeah, and I just want to add to that is like I kind of alluded to earlier. It's very helpful, although, and I know sometimes it can be stressful, especially these days, because it seems like you have to know everything. But it's very helpful to know to know your goals and to know to be able to articulate your case. And also, I just thought of this. One of the things that have started being helpful as I older, as far as like my doctor listening to me, is my mom will drive me to the appointment. But we started doing this a couple years ago, and she'll just wait in the waiting room. So the doctor really has no other option. So it's you. You're there to get to know each other, and so you can articulate things that your goals, and they could start to know that okay, I may be uncomfortable with disability, but this patient has made me comfortable. And also, if their caretaker isn't there, if they're able to not be there, there's really no other choice. You guys have to be start being on the same page in a way.
AJ, do you usually introduce yourself and your access needs with your doctors? Like, do you say you're a wheelchair user? Do you say you use audio descriptions, that kind of thing?
Well, no, I really haven't. The only reason why I haven't thought of that is because, you know, I thought, it's as far as the chair, it's pretty obvious on the chair, unless we get into things about my specific visual impairment. I may mention other aids that I use, or I may mention, or I had mentioned before, as it relates to moving me around or like articulating some of my needs, that I am legally blind. Like for example, I've been asked to sign things or ask my mom to sign things, but I need you to like just show me, and I want to let you know I'm legally blind, so that in terms of my vision.
Yeah, that's great. And it can come up as needed. It's not always the most relevant to a particular visit. But I agree that just opening with like who you are, what your access needs are, and what your goals are, that helps focus the doctor on being more attentive and engaged with how they can help you off the bat. All right. Tip number 3 is, I think, one of the most important things to get the most out of your visit. So if you only take away 1 or 2 tips from this list, definitely focus on this one. I I think it's a great strategy to rank your symptoms. Um, you can prioritize the number 1 most bothersome thing first, and then that way, that's what the doctor can focus on first, and you'll be able to spend the most time on it. And then you can kind of rank number 2 most bothersome, number 3 most bothersome, and that helps keep the visit organized and dedicates the most time to the most important issue. It can also help to condense your story around these symptoms so that you can show your expertise about your history, maybe what you've already been through, and this can align with your goals. Like, for example, if you really want to avoid surgery or if you want to minimize medication side effects, you can kind of talk about that while you're talking about your symptoms.
Yeah, and also along with that, like that really has helped me, especially those of us that are talkative, and we really want to make sure that we get it all out. But it really kind of helps me to add some bullet points, and also just to kind of add in there, like whether you want a specific surgery or use a specific method or whatever. A lot of times, along with that, is very helpful. Um, I because there was a history where I dealt with a lot of urology issues. So I got to the point where I, I knew, and this can be intimidating, but it does help. Like I knew the proper procedure to deal with my stones. Like for example, some doctors wanted to use like a radio wave procedure. And I'm like, no, that typically doesn't work. What can work though is something called a ureter scope, because it's specifically with a laser. And so I just wanted to add that in.
No, that's a great point, and that's a good way to show your expertise about your experience and what you know has worked in the past. Um, I try to give doctors the benefit of the doubt, but sometimes they don't even have time to read your chart. That is obviously part of their responsibility, and it's important to hold doctors accountable to this. Like, they should know a little bit about your history before they come in and meet you. But just in case they don't, worst case scenario, it helps to kind of have that story condensed, because that helps your doctor and you be on the same page.
Yeah, I just kind of go in assuming like I know that there is a chart, but to allude to what we are talking about earlier, there is busy. There's a huge caseload, so I just go in kind of assuming yes they read the chart, but I go in like assuming that they don't know, and I'll start from that point.
Then that leads really nicely to our next tip. Tip number 4 is go specifically into what has helped in the past and what hasn't helped in the past. So, like AJ's example about lithotripsy versus a ureteroscope, you know at least what you've tried thus far for your issues, and you know what has been helpful, what hasn't been helpful, why you stopped certain medications, for example. In the medical world, we call these aggravating and alleviating factors. So things that made things worse and then things that were helpful. Um, AJ, you had a great example about how if you need to go to the emergency room and you need pain control, you kind of already know what helps you the most.
Yeah, so I was gonna thanks for that transition, Dr. Stephanie, as we say in the TV world sometimes. Yeah, so I even though sometimes this can be really intimidating given the backdrop with what can happen with opioid crisis, but like for example, when I'm in chronic pain, especially when I've been in the emergency room in serious amount of pain, a lot of doctors go to is morphine. Now, for whatever reason, I don't know why, but morphine does not affect me at all. And typically, when I'm in the emergency room, because I deal with chronic pain every day, if I'm saying I'm in pain, that's like I'm at a 10. And so I would say, like, and this is very intimidating, but sometimes I preface it by saying, like, I know it's a number one painkiller and it's really high and it's used in particular special cases, but this certain pain medication does not work for me. And yes, it may be more significant, but I need the strongest pain killer. And so sometimes that can be very intimidating, especially over the last years as we've been dealing with the opioid crisis.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a really delicate situation. Like it sounds like you've gracefully navigated those conversations in the past, but it can be very intimidating to say, "Hey, I actually need this, notoriously higher risk medicine
And
that maybe
very
has
intimidating.
more abuse potential." But it's important to advocate for yourself and say, "You know what? Most people are not pain or most people are not drug seeking, like they're pain relief seeking." And so framing what you need and what has worked best for you in the past is a good way to help your doctor reframe that and say, okay, the goal is pain control. Um, and you know of strategies that have already helped with that. So it's really important to especially coming from the pain world, it's a tricky, risky, scary situation sometimes, but safety is the priority as well as
And it
pain.
and it might help, especially in this situation where it can be intimidating. It might help to be really specific instead of be like, oh, I need this. It might have to be like, like I say, in the past, I know this doesn't work, or like, so I'm gonna need this pain. I'm in this amount of pain, and so I know that even though it can still be intimidating, it has helped me, at least in my mind, to be like, okay, maybe if I'm specific, they don't know that I'm specific. They don't know that that I'm dealing with a chronic drug issue.
Mhm. That leads nicely to the next tip that we have. Tip number 5 is that you are the captain of this team. You are the captain of the ship. Your healthcare team should all be working for you. And so that plays a lot into self-advocacy. It's like you're steering this ship, and your doctor should be your teammate, your crewmate. So if you can encourage that dynamic with your doctor, that this is a partnership, that you're working together to achieve your goals, that can help the doctor take on a role of really listening to your experience and your concerns and helping you find the root causes of bothersome issues. And then their job is to present you with a menu of options. But ultimately, they're helping you decide what you want to do for your health. So, like we've been talking about this whole time, you should be the center of the conversation. It's not about your family members, your caregivers, your aides. It's about you and what you hope to achieve.
Yes, and I just want to add to the point, like it's really it's really important for me to make this point, especially as it relates to disability, because it can be very intimidating. But I just want to let you know that anytime you're uncomfortable with something, remember you're the captain of the ship, and this is very important because as people with disabilities, we have the tendency, because of the world we live in or because of the care we may need, to be very compliant because it's very apparent to us, and this is a part of the ableism we have to stand up, but it's very apparent to us we don't want to be a bother, right? But when it comes to your medical care, you are the captain, and I've had some positive experiences with this, and I've had some negative experiences with this, and I don't know how much time we have, so I don't want to talk too much. But the only thing I would say, as far as like a positive experience, one time, I'll be really quick. So one time I was in the emergency room. I knew that I had a stone. On the x-ray, the kidney stone did not appear. For some reason, my doctor that I actually deal with came down to the emergency room, and he said, AJ, and at this point, which we really didn't get into, but it's very important, I think, specifically with everybody, but especially with disability, if you're able to, you want to have a long term relationship with a doctor, because this is why. He said, AJ, I do not see, what I can see, I don't see anything on the x ray. But he said, but I trust you. Now, to them, there was no indication that there was a stone, but he said, I trust you. He booked an OR, and he told me this later. Like, not only was it a kidney stone, but it was a pretty big one. And because I had a lot of kidney stones and I went to the same doctor, they said, they started clapping in the OR, and it was like AJ was right. So it's very important to trust your gut. And it can also, and I know that I was very blessed in this situation. I had a doctor that we had a 15-year history. Now, I know everybody out there doesn't have the, that's kind of a luxury in some cases. Now, on a very negative side of it, like in, I was in, I was admitted into the hospital, and I was there for over a week. At a certain point, they want to get you moving and they want to get you out. A hospitalist came to see me, and he said that I was fine. I was home for, I think I had an appointment like 2 or 3 days later. I had an appointment with my infectious disease doctor, and I let her know, and I knew this in the hospital, but I was not urinating. And when I would get, to be graphic, when I would get like, there was like a green discharge coming out, but I wasn't urinating. And when I was at the appointment, she said, you need to go to the emergency room now. So I was also very fortunate that my appointment was in the hospital, but she said, you need to go now. And I knew in the back of my mind, like, something isn't right here. I'm still running fevers and I'm not peeing. And he was a very nice man, but he was just like, and he was smiling. He was like, oh, you're fine. He sent me home and I wasn't urinating. And luckily, I had a follow up appointment where she was like, you need to go to the emergency room now.
Those those are some great examples. I mean, the first one, your doctor was really working for you. He trusted you and he was like, I'm going to do what your body is telling us we should do.
Yes.
So I'm so glad that that worked out. And then the other example, that doctor wasn't really serving you the way he should have. It sounded like there was some things that you were feeling that should have been investigated. And it's really unfortunate that, that's a hard dynamic to breach. You don't want to come off like you disagree with or you're arguing with someone who seems knowledgeable, but that's a fantastic point to go with your gut. That's actually tip number 7. So we're skipping ahead a little bit.
Yeah.
But I tell my patients that they're the boss and I work for them. And so encouraging that type of dynamic where your doctor is there to support you and guide you, that is something that you can kind of bring to the visit. Real quick, tip number 6 is to ask for a simplified summary of the plan. So even if you went through a lot of issues and you came up, bless you, you came up with a lot of things to try, it helps to have either a hard copy, a digital copy, whatever's most accessible to you, so that you don't have to remember the whole conversation. And that helps your doctor too be on the same page of like, okay, what are the things we said we try? And then when should we check in for a progress report? So even if it wasn't the most productive visit or you didn't get a high value out of it, a summary of the visit kind of tells you, okay, what did happen?
And to add to that point about the plan, and to kind of dovetail to our earlier point about you being the captain, as we said, this can be high pressure situations. You feel intimidated because of disability, although it's not specifically disability, but sometimes you're like, this is a doctor, I need to be compliant. This may be the most important point. I want everybody to know out there that anytime that you are uncomfortable or anybody on your team is uncomfortable, you can request another doctor. You can also, there are social workers there, and there are, especially if you're in, I don't now, doctor's office is a little bit different, but if you're in a hospital atmosphere, there are patient advocates that are exclusively there for you. Remember, at the end of the day, this is your life and about your care. I trust me, I have to tell myself this all the time. As a part of it is my natural personality. I'm sure a lot of it has to do with my disability and ableism, but I'm like, I don't know. I don't want to be, in a way, I don't want to be seen as a complainer, but I'm not going to curse, but that's BS. If you're uncomfortable, if you feel like you're being treated wrong, if there's anything hostile, you can switch if you want to switch your nurse, because we've had to before. There's somebody called a charge nurse. You can articulate and discuss things with a charge nurse. In other situations, there are patient advocates. There are also social workers. These things are in place to to help you and to make sure you have the best medical care possible. Remember, and maybe I'm being too repetitive, but it is about you. You are not a bother, and you are not a burden. I'm sorry, I may get a little more emotional, but it's time to be quiet. But we are not a burden.
Absolutely. Nothing wrong with saying that over and over. It's okay to have that reminder of going with your gut. And that's actually our tip number 7. Just like AJ is saying, if you're not feeling comfortable, if you don't feel like the person you're interacting with is a good teammate, there are lots of other good teammates out there. And there's no shame in asking for a better fit. If it's not another doctor immediately, there are nurses, there are patient advocates, other support staff. And any supportive doctor should be happy to send you for a second opinion to someone else, because doctors have limits. We don't know everything. And if it's not a good fit, they should be encouraging you to find someone who would be a more valuable crew member. The priority is your health and your comfort. So great summary. I'm just going to summarize our 7 tips that here up on the screen so that you can make the most out of your visits with your healthcare providers. Number 1, mind the time. A 30-minute appointment or less is usually what we get. Number 2, introduce yourself, your access needs, and your goals for the visit. Number 3, rank your symptoms. So prioritize the most bothersome issues first to help condense your story. Number 4, go through what has helped and what hasn't helped in the past, aggravating and alleviating factors. Number 5, you're the captain of the team, and your doctor and all your healthcare providers are teammates and they're guides to help you make your decisions. Number 6, ask for a simplified summary of the plan so you don't have to keep track of everything from memory. And then number 7, most importantly, go with your gut. You don't have to settle for doctors who are dismissive or disrespectful. That feedback is important, but that's not someone you should feel stuck with. You deserve a healthcare team that is knowledgeable, attentive, and helpful. So with these 7 tips, your healthcare providers will have fewer opportunities to impose bias, mistreatment, and dismissive behavior that has been notorious throughout healthcare. And doctors will be more likely to consider you a human being who needs help with a healthcare issue, as all of us are eventually. So thank you so much for joining us for this session. Huge shout out to Adriana and Mariella for putting together this wonderful inaugural conference. We're so proud and excited to be a part of it. And we're so happy that you are here to join us. It's been amazing connecting with all of you. If you're interested in helping healthcare providers learn more about how to make medicine more accessible to everybody, please join us on our YouTube channel to continue these conversations. It's called This Ability Clinic, where we teach disability-conscious healthcare education. Like and subscribe.
And be a part of our conversation.
Yes. Thank you so much for watching, listening, and learning.
Thank you. Thank you, Adriana.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stephanie and AJ, for joining us today. This was a fantastic presentation, and I will definitely be sharing it with a few of my healthcare providers so that we can have better experiences. We are running a little bit over time, but I do have a question for each of you. Dr. Stephanie, closing thoughts or remarks?
I am just so excited by the momentum of the advocacy movement today. We're standing on the shoulders of giants, obviously, but the community is connecting more than it ever has before. I feel like there's this younger generation of advocates and people in the disabled community who are louder and prouder and can be themselves. So the more we can spread the word and spread these good vibes, the more healthcare in particular can learn from us. So please continue all the excellent work that you're doing and keep finding people who are like-minded because we are stronger together.
AJ, closing remarks?
Yeah, I just want to say, and don't worry because I know I'm notorious for going forever, but I just want to say a huge thank you. And if I could, I'll do it this way. I'm bowing to you guys in the team because this is a wonderful conversation that we are that we are that we are at the center of. And I just want to say that I think the future, and we're lucky to be born in such a time as this, because yes, doctors train to assist you and for your to help you medically, but I think moving forward and in the future, certainly there can be a merging of not only medical care but doctors and students alike and academics alike, recognizing that disability is not just an ailment, or disability is not an ailment. Yes, there's issue, but also that we are also doing the social model. And so in the future, those things will be married together, hopefully, and have a perfect marriage in the future.
I love
Cheers to
that
the
so
conference.
much. Love
Thank
that so
you.
much.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, AJ. Thank you, Dr. Stephanie. We're going to take you off screen right now. Thank you so much for being here.
Bye.
We are going to give our audience member a quick break time. I don't think we'll be
Please.
able to take the full 15 minutes. Adriana, go for it.
AJ and Dr. Stephanie, please stay in this video until it says your recordings are uploaded. So if you could do that, thank you. It looks like you're both done. Okay. Sorry, just housekeeping.
Alrighty, and I am going to encourage everyone else, take a quick break. Let me put up the screen right now. Take a quick break, get some water, go to the bathroom. We'll be back in our next presentation starts in about 3 minutes. Do we have Stefan in the audience already?
Stephen is not. Oh, Stephen might have just. Yes, Stephen is here.
He is. Okay, fantastic. So Stephen Let's give everyone about 5, 6 minutes. Get water, go to the bathroom, grab some lunch, and then we'll start at 12:18.
All right. Wonderful.
Alrighty, let's do it.
See you all soon. Fine. Yeah, for like literally 5 minutes. Oh, but then someone's gonna be presenting. So I have 3 minutes, and then someone's.
You have a salary report.
Yeah, kidding. So listen, as soon as the next speaker starts speaking, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Yeah, and eat. So I'll get myself ready. Oh my god.
So what do you want to eat?
The thing that he brought.
You want to eat now or you want to eat after you go to the bathroom?
After I go to the bathroom, so I don't have to rush. But like, I could have a bite now, I guess. Is it already made?
I don't know. Just say you brought it.
Okay.
Hello, we are back. Adriana, we are back. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Let me.
All right,
Wait.
we are on time. Let's get Stefan up on the stage.
Okay. Steven. Let's get.
Oh,
Stefan, it's so good to see you.
hi. How's everything?
Everything is good. Living my best
Awesome.
life today and every day. How you been?
I'm been good. I've been good. Yeah. Rolling around, rolling around. That's it.
All right,
Getting ready.
Professor Stefan Ippolito, I am so ready for your talk. Do you have everything you need to present today?
Yes, I do. I have the PowerPoint ready too. Just want to load it
All
up.
right, so Diana, let's get
All right,
Stefan's.
Stefan. As soon as you share your screen, I can have it all set up for you.
Awesome.
And
Okay.
Marielle and I will get off the stage. You're all ready to go whenever you're ready.
All right, here we go. Can everyone see the PowerPoint? All right. How you doing, everyone? So my name is Stephen Ippolito. I'm adjunct disability professor at CUNY School of Professional Studies. Today I'll be discussing UDL design, instruction, and ESL curriculums, and trying to enhance the classroom experience for students. Um, Basically, I'll be talking about Latinx population and ESL learning as well for ESL students. Some important information I wanted to share with everybody. So in 2016, right, United States will become the second most numerous Spanish-speaking country right after Mexico, right? So we have an increasing population of Latinx uh, communities here in the United States, particularly California, also here in New York. Um, Also, another important piece of information, right? Like world population, as we know, Spanish speaking languages have been increasing, right? So proportion of Chinese, English, and French speakers has been decreasing. So when you talk about stakeholders, right, we're talking about people coming to the United States, people learning the language, people learning English. So it's important that the teaching curriculum be inclusive, right, and also be dynamic, and also allow students student-centered learning experience where they can share their ideas and for the population that we're serving. Right now, so I'll go over real quickly the implications, issues that are affecting ESL learners, Latinx ESL learners. So institution, as you know, some institutional areas, there's certain areas where there's inaccessible environments to students, which causes certain barriers for them. So it mitigates it, it prevents students from succeeding effectively in school. Not for all students, but for some, right? So New York State has the second lowest graduation rate in the U.S. for ESL students, which is really was remarkable when I was doing the research on this. There's higher drop routes and lower proficiency rates in English and math compared to general primary English language speaking students. The dropout rates continue to increase. Older students suffer higher dropout rates due to the fact that there's limited time for them to learn the English language before they graduate. So it prohibits them from excelling, moving forward into college. And of those, right, only 37% of ESL students actually pass high school to get into college, and only roughly a little bit over 1% end up taking the SAT or the ACT to enter college. So these are some of the areas that I wanted to focus on when I was reading about this, researching it for my dissertation, and I found that maybe there's some ways we can help. Um, primarily my research in UDL design will be focused on just the educational aspects. There's other factors, of course. You have socioeconomic factors, stuff that's happening in the family. You know, there's a lot of the environment in which the student's learning, you know, neighborhood, whatever the case is, like external factors also contribute to either the success or the barriers that cause a student to succeed in school. Again, like as I've been mentioning before, so UDL design is not a panacea to fix every single problem. However, I believe that if a student is in a classroom for 8 hours, I believe we should get the most out of it for the student, right? They're there for 8 hours. There should be accessible education. There should be accommodations for all students, right? Students with disabilities, students who speak different languages. These should already be components inside the classroom. And by law, from K to 12, under the Every Student Succeed Act, these are laws that are put in place that are supposed to assist the student whenever they need accommodations. Then they should already be in place for those students so they can succeed in school and learn the English language. Again, right, significant dropout rates. I also talk about decolonializing the education system. So UDL in itself, right, helps cause and mitigate and change the environment, right? Which in turn, it goes parallel, right, with decolonizing education systems, because as I will show you in a few minutes, there are certain biases that affect student learning. So we want to try and mitigate that by providing access to all materials for students so they can represent their own knowledge, learn, and achieve the goal of learning inside schools. My research primarily is based in CUNY colleges. So I'll be narrowing my focus onto that. Again, UDL, for people who don't know, was a coin turned by Ronald Mace. It originated around 1985. So when you go into a supermarket, they got a sliding door, right? They're like, oh, wow, the supermarket has a sliding door. These are concepts that were made by Ronald Mace during the 80s. He believed that by providing more accessible areas to people, of course, that would be great for commercial use. You'll get more customers, more clients. And it also provides accessibility to everybody, right? So everyone should be able to participate in society, right? So these are social model of disability. There should be no barriers to people in order to go shopping, to go to school, even to go to your own home, right? Like there's supposed to be accessible designs, features inside of a house when requested, right? So you tell your landlord, listen, you know, my bathroom needs a handrail. Certain, like if you go into a supermarket or you go into certain buildings, like huge apartment complexes, you see that some of the doorknobs, right? They're not doorknobs, they're actually handles. Those are made for people that are using wheelchairs, right? So they can open the door, help assist. So these are designs originally made by Ronald Mace to help reduce the barriers for people to get inside to wherever they had to go to participate. UDL framework, right, is another term key, which is based on this design, right? So by using UDL framework, right, I will be examining teaching pedagogies and ESL students. So it's needed to understand what's going on in the classroom. Is it accessible, right? So we got better inclusion in the classroom. So again, I'll be examining CUNY SPS as a template for online learning, because as a professor at CUNY SPS, we use UDL design formats in our online platforms using Blackboard. Of course, I'll be comparing ESL learning instructions with UDL and offer strategies. Again, the three, right, multiple means of representation. This is UDL instruction. Multiple means of representation, right? Different methodologies and methods to present material in the class so students can learn more effectively. Means of action and expression. The students should be able to present their materials in different formats, not just one given piece of paper, right? I believe, right? I teach the capstone course at CUNY. I also teach the intro course. I believe not only in the thesis paper, I also have created a capstone course for students to use, right? So when they come into the educational field doing their capstone, they have an e-portfolio that they can make and express their reflections upon what they learned. They also have a choice to do it in a thesis paper, but I also allow, and the design of the classroom itself and the curriculum is designed around trying to provide as much accessibility as possible for students to represent their knowledge, right? And multiple means of engagement, of course, having interests, accommodating the students, you know, and try to alleviate the problems that's going on in the class. So how can this be done? Group sessions, group learning, You could do project assignments, students certainly learning various forms of feedback using PowerPoints, role playing. Okay, again, smart technology, use of audio, video. You can use Zoom applications, different types of communication online, videos, smart online dictionaries to use while the student is learning, closed captioning, subtitling, right? You find this in UDL, right? Like what we're using now on this platform. They have transcription, live transcriptions. This can also be done in Spanish, right? So if they're learning, why are we preventing students from going into intro class, say for mathematics, pre-calculus, when the technology is in place where they can have live transcription? So if the teacher or the instructor or the professor is speaking in English, they'll have the subtitles in Spanish in the bottom, like if you were watching a movie, right? Closed captioning at the bottom tells you everything. Descriptive narrations would be on the bottom as well. So people who have visual impairments, it can be transcribed, rewritten, and written in Spanish in the bottom. So they'll be hearing it in English and looking at it or listening to it in Spanish. And they'll eventually get the idea what the words come in and try to put everything together. They'll say, oh, this means this. Oh, okay, I got it now. So there's certain ways where we can allow students to take certain classes where they would normally be prohibited from taking until their ESL program's finished. Virtual reality. So again, depending, on the situation, you can have audio stereo representation, VR environments to interact with environments. Oh, that La Mesa? Oh, that's a desk. Okay, excellent. Oh, I can have a conversation with maybe an AI character and practice, right? How you doing? ¿Cómo está? How are you doing? Right? Hola, hi, right? So basic words, and then after that, you go to more complex sentences. A little bit about bias in the classroom. I know I'm going a little quick. I just want to hammer all these terms out. So one of the theories that I actually became fond of while I was doing sociology back in the days was culture power and Bordeaux's culture capital. These are some things that are still present in the classroom, right? So people from different cultures, they have their own culture capital, right? So they may not be compatible with a professor's quote unquote culture capital, right? They come from middle class mostly, and they may differ. Now, there might be biases where an instructor goes, oh, why is it the student not understanding what's going on? Maybe because the student has different, cultural capital, cultural power, what they learned from their culture, right? So sometimes they're incompatible. An instructor may feel, sometimes implicitly, that they may not getting it due to the fact maybe, oh, he doesn't understand, maybe they don't understand what's going on or whatever, because, right? And they may, after a while, start maybe ignoring the student or seeming like they may not be able to accomplish a task when in fact there's some type of barrier in communication rather than what kind of culture or what kind of field or cultural capital that they have in their bank. So again, what does UDL do? It opens up access to education, culture capital. So if I can't make it to a museum, why can't the person go to a museum, right? Artwork, they have paid forms. Well, with certain access, to libraries, information, people can get the same type of knowledge, right? So it's not like in the 1980s where, oh man, certain few can go to certain areas and learn something. We have the internet now, right? So we're in the 21st century. This information should be accessible to everyone to learn. Again, UDL instruction, right, is made for accessibility on its own. So it's not made to like, oh, we're going to destroy bias with it. No, but it creates access, right? Access is knowledge. That knowledge that the student gets will be able to break bias down with that and also teach instructors on how to mitigate and loading implicit bias that they may have. Again, marginalized groups have limited access because obviously they don't have the resources available, money, financial resources, right? Oh, I might need a laptop. Where do I get that from? Now, in a school setting, right, under IDEA, like in public schools, they will provide access to technology, right? They'll give you a Google laptop, right? And colleges have started doing this as well. So there should be no reason or no means as to why a student can't get basic technology in their hands, especially nowadays, right? So you should keep that in mind, that awareness and empowerment is key to success. And those are one of the staples that I go by. So if a student is knowledgeable on where to get their stuff, they will be able to get the stuff that they need, right? Particularly in the school system. Again, colonial elitist perspectives, right? They still exist in higher education, right? As we were discussing before with bias. So the idea is like internal colonialism, right? This has nothing to do with UDL, but it does affect students, right? Segregation. School systems are segregation in a way, in a general aspect. Within the school, yes, there is very limited segregation, if none, right at the moment, unless you're in special education, which it's been fixed over the years. There's more inclusive classrooms, but it still exists. However, on a broad landscape, if I'm in a different neighborhood, right, and there's another neighborhood about 3 blocks away from me, they have a better school, right? Unless there's certain stipulations, right, if I have a disability, sometimes um, they can mitigate that and allow you to go to that school. 9 out of 10 times, you will not be able to go into that school because you're in a zoning red line district in that area. You're not allowed to cross or transfer to different districts in public schools. So if I'm not doing well, there's a school that can accommodate me. They won't allow me to go. And there's where the segregation comes in place when you come to the school system, within the school system itself, for different schools, attending better schools where there's better access to resources. Again, UDL, access to education. This would level the playing field for everyone. They would have the same accommodations, accessibility as another school to provide access to education. Again, other ways and strategies to help within the classroom. We can include counter storytelling, right? This is from the research I've done, right? Practices in naming and remembering, healing, right? Social collective experience, spiritual, psychological healing. What does that mean, right? Students that come into the classroom may have, they have a cult, they have culture, they have this, but they feel like they're not being respected, right, inside the class. In some ways, like when people go into an English-speaking classroom, right, they're taught, okay, we're going to assimilate you into this language structure. You're going to learn English, but there's no respect for the other culture or for the other language in general. I believe that it should be a shared commonality, right? Oh, well, this is what I learned. This is what I know while you're learning the language, not just ignore it, put it to the side, and then assimilate into a new culture, right? Disregarding the other culture that you have. So it's like an assimilation process. Again, I'm at the end of the UDL. So UDL and ESO learning. So here's some of the components by combining both. Building a multiple and varied opportunities for oral language, right? Several strategies: paired, shared partner learning, oral summaries and paraphrasing the content that's being learned. Having student responses, right? And clear directions. Literature circles or reading activities, right? That are shared with their peers and they can interchange information. Conversation starters, reciprocal teaching, purposeful teaching, right? Question and answer to stimulate conversations with the academic discourse that's evolved. Again, explicit instructions, simple, clear instructions, especially for English beginners, right? You can't use complex structures, right? That would be common sense. We have to start from the word, make our way up from that foundation. Self-assessments, I believe self-assessment and reflection are very important, especially during the teaching process. This is for the student to know what they're learning and what they're understanding and what they're not understanding so they can share that with the professor or for the teacher. Again, rephrasing familiar vocabulary. So you want to go from simpler from the foundation and evolve and make their way upward. Simplified syntax. Guiding students using text and key questions. And of course, visual stimulation, PowerPoints, audio, visual, which is already implemented, but I believe more should be done in that case. That's it. Yeah, so if anyone has any questions, if they want to share with me, that'd be awesome.
Oh my goodness.
I went through that
Stephen,
pretty quick. I apologize because it's a lengthy process, so I try to streamline it as possible. So,
you know what? I'm going to tell you this right now, but one of the most important lessons and themes that I am trying to apply from conversations that I've had throughout the last few weeks is don't apologize so much. That was a great presentation. Thank you so much for sharing that with all of
thank you
us.
for inviting me.
Awesome. So we are going to wait for Adriana to come back. I think she is having some technical issues right now. Let me just very quickly check in with her. Okay, hold on 1 second. Okay, great. So I've pinged her. And Stephen, I have questions. I have questions here because one of the conversations we had yesterday was with Laurie Hannon, and she is the executive director of the Center for Hearing and Communications. And she was talking yesterday about how hold on oh no, we have the captioning. She was talking yesterday about how important it is for parents to be aware of their rights,
Mm-hmm.
on how to effectively advocate for their children. And these are other conversations I've had with her. And I'm really curious if you are a parent watching this conversation, or this presentation today, what is the main thing that you need parents to understand on how to start?
Oh,
Can
Marielle,
you hear me?
you came and broke it up. I hear you now. Yes. So, yeah, I got the question though. So there are numerous rights which children are entitled to, right? So you have IEP, IDEA, Section 504. These are disability rights. The ADA Act, which intertwines with Section 504. They work together in tandem for student rights. You're allowed accommodations in the school to a fair and accessible education. As you know, I don't know if everyone heard about the court case with Emmanuel Perez and what had happened to him. Uh, they basically did not accommodate the student, right, for student learning. They had to actually go to court and ask for permission to sue. So, yeah, there's several steps you can take in order to protect your students' rights, right? Always look into your students' rights. Always ask your school counselor, listen, you know, my student is having an issue in A, B, C, D, E. What can we do to help him? If you want to disclose the disability, you can. However, with IEP, sometimes you don't have to. They have certain selective services that they do without even having to disclose certain disabilities. But in my case, as a disability advocate and also as someone who teaches disability studies, I believe it's your entitlement and it's in your power to say you should not be ashamed of yourself if you have a disability. Never, ever, ever be scared to ask for an accommodation. They have to provide you an accommodation. All right. Everyone's supposed to have equal and equitable education within the school system. That is the law and that is your right. Okay. So when they go, oh, we can't do that. Oh, no. Okay. Well, I have to go to someone who's going to do it. And it's going to be a problem. Right. So, yeah. So again, like it's so
You're getting
always ask the
spicy
school counselor
here.
for
You're getting
that.
spicy here, and I
Yeah. Yeah.
love
Yeah.
it. I am 100% here for it. I want to just take a quick minute here, to really go over that, because
Sure.
we, as a community of people with disabilities, understands that the law as it is written is not always the law as it plays out in the real world. These are
Yes.
sometimes very drastically different things. And
Yes.
in the conversation we had earlier, right before yours, this morning, we talked about how, we need to, well, a lot of the presentations have really talked about this, but it's just that need for us to advocate, for us to not apologize, for us to not see ourselves as
Exactly.
burdens, right?
Yes.
In your opinion, in academia and just your own personal experiences, what would you say to that student in college, in high school, that feels that shame of that burden and that unwillingness to ask for accommodations because they are afraid of the discrimination that they may experience, because they are afraid of what their friends will say, because they are afraid of how they may be
Yes.
perceived, because they need accessibility accommodation? What would you say to them so that they actually go into that accessibility office and get the things that they need?
Okay, so this is a very good question. I've actually had conversations about this. I've experienced this in my own life as a person with type 1 diabetes. I have an invisible disability. So back in the day when I was in school, you see all the gray hairs. So we only had the Rehabilitation Act. So there was two options for me: general ed or special ed. And now back then, special ed meant the end of your academic educational career back in the days. right? When you went to special education, that was it, right? So my family, my parents had to fight for me. We had to actually go to Mark Green at the time. He was a public advocate. I said, well, he just needs a nurse to do his blood sugar. He has great grades. Why do you want to send him to special ed, right? See, back then, classrooms weren't as inclusive as they were now. This is back in the early 80s. Now we have ICT classrooms, stuff like that. So that's in the public school structure. Now, if we're talking about college, it's complicated, right? Because in public school, they have to accommodate you, and they will give you certain things such as IEP. Sometimes they have to go to the parents. Listen, your child needs IEP, needs this. If you have a good school, if you have a good public school, they will tell you that. They will advise you to get IEP. The college does not have to advise a student because you're independent, right? So if you're going to college, you say, well, you're an adult, right? So it's on you. I'm not allowed to say, hey, listen, I think you should go to student services. I'm not allowed to say that to a student. I could give a guideline, right? A complete guideline. Say, well, listen, you're not doing well. There's tutors and stuff like that. And maybe at the bottom, I can squeeze something. There's student services. That's all I can say. Student services can then, you can work with them to do that. So we're talking about embarrassing issues, right? Your peers, even professors, right? Professors might say, well, why does this person need time and a half to do their work when there's a lot of issues, right? This is one of the bases for UDL design. You wouldn't have to ask for that, right? Half the stuff that we have, you wouldn't have to ask for that in a UDL design classroom, which is for all students, people with disabilities, people with no disabilities, language barriers. So me, right? And for instance, you're embarrassed. Do not be embarrassed. Yes, this is very hard to say because you have to look in yourself, right? Say, I have a disability. There's nothing wrong with me. I shouldn't be ashamed of myself, right? It's more of a self-esteem problem. So no one at the end of the day, you have to do it yourself, right? You gave me that advice a long time ago, Mariella, a long, long time ago, right? And I was like, yeah, I do work here because we had some kind of conversation. I don't remember what it was about. And I said, well, what do you think, Mariella? Mariella's like, listen, first off, if you give a problem, come in with a solution. That's something they teach you in like the military. If you're coming in with a problem, you better have some type of something to say to mitigate that problem, and then we can work something out. And I said, Mariella, you're right. This is what I do. Boom, 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 boom. And you're like, yo, we should work together one day and do something. And here we are, right? So
And
I
here we
believe,
are.
yeah. So
I want to make I feel like so many of the conversations that Adriana and I have been having for the last few days really need to be longer episodes. So we are going to have to figure out how to continue these conversations because they are important conversations. However, Stephen, I have to be conscious that we are almost exactly at time. And I am actually going to open up the stage for you. Closing remarks, thoughts, or words of wisdom, something for our audience.
Of course. Let me know when. I'll go.
Yeah. So, do you have any closing remarks, thoughts, or words of wisdom for our audience before you bounce?
Of course. Listen, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Being disability is part of your identity. That's who you are, and that's who made you what you are today, like me. That's why I'm a professor now. I saw it in myself. I had a disability. I said, I'm not going to feel sorry for myself. I'm not going to say there's something wrong with me. There is nothing wrong with you. Okay. Are you different? Yes. Do we all learn differently? Yes. You accept for yourself who you are. And once you have that enlightened side of yourself, you'll be able to accomplish and conquer anything you need to do. Okay. So it's in yourself, right? Your self-esteem. You can do whatever you need to do as long as you believe in yourself and don't allow yourself to put yourself down because of anything, any barrier, any trait. You are who you are, right? Respect yourself and you take that, sky's the limit.
Love it. Thank you so much, Stephen. And actually, I'm going to close up with one quote I heard many years ago, which is disability. Disability is hard. Having a disability is hard. Advocating for yourself is hard. Choose your heart. So with that said, Stephen, thank you so much for your time today. We have got to run to our next speaker, and we are going to be bringing to the stage Sean Horn, who is going to be leading a talk on beauty, self-love, and disability, challenging beauty standards and celebrating intersectionality. Hi, girlfriend. How you doing?
I'm great. How are you, honey?
I am living my best life. I'm very excited for your talk today. Are you ready?
I'm ready. I have to say I'm recovering from a cold, so if I sound extra sexy today, you know why. And if I'm downing hot water, that's why.
Beautiful. Do you need anything from us to get started?
No,
No?
I mean, I realized after seeing so many presentations that I could have probably brought some sexy slides too. But we're just going to have a conversation that's for everybody. So I am the slides today, I guess.
All right, have fun. I'll talk to you in a minute.
All right, love. So first of all, I want to thank Mariella and Adriana and the entire team for making this possible, especially our ASL interpreters. If you're hearing something here, this is just a lozenge for my throat. Sorry. Normally, I do not have candy or gum in when I present. But anyway, just to start us off, I'm Sean or Shion Horn. I traverse the world with two ski poles. I think you can see both of them here. I have cerebral palsy. I'm half Asian today. I am wearing a hot pink sweater. I've got a painting behind me that's also very colorful, green and orange. And I've got a real plant here. This is not a Zoom background. But anyway, I'm so excited that we ended on that note, Mariella and team, about just some ideas of how we should see ourselves and how do we advocate, how do we use our voice, because that really dovetails beautifully into this idea of beauty, self-esteem, and disability. How do we marry all three things beautifully? Because I know as somebody born with her disability that it can be a struggle. For me personally, I'm going to take you into my little bubble where my artist parents, told me anything was possible and really treated me as a whole person first. And that doesn't mean, by the way, I use both person first language and capital D disabled because I'm proud to be disabled. But I think growing up, there was a lot of emphasis on if you were different, it was up to you to make people feel comfortable and it was up to you to assimilate. Now, I believe in the last, especially 10 years, maybe since social media, the emphasis is not so much on us being adaptable, but actually, I feel there's a new expectation, and this is a good thing for the world to welcome us. So I think actually that's a beautiful thing. I think also, to quote my beautiful friend Meryl, who's here, though, I do believe it's about progress, not perfection. So we have to give people grace as they're meeting us halfway. But I was really thinking in this to prepare for this. What is beauty? How do I talk about beauty, self-esteem, and disability without defining it? Well, guess what? I realized that it's not up to me to define it. And I'm going to quote, I think this was great. Last week, Lizzo said, "I am the beauty standard, catch up." And I think ultimately, I could define beauty for you in this moment, but I would love to just take a minute for everyone here to think about what is beauty to you. And maybe if anyone wants to put it in the comments, put it in the chat. I don't think it's about any one person defining beauty for everyone. I think we have to define and make those beauty standards ourselves. And what I loved about her quote is it's not so much about how the world treats us or how the world sees us. It's how do we see our own beauty? How do we see our disability? And for me, because I had artist parents, I truly believe that my disability was the blessing of my life. And also because of the sacrifices of Judy Heumann and all the people who came before me that could help me to have a life where I felt the disability part of my life was the easy part. Now, I was in a complete bubble, totally oblivious to the things that we still need in terms of representation, transportation, all these things. Being a half Asian woman with ski poles, I really didn't expect to see myself on screen unless it was me, because I was a little bit too niche, right? So in a way, that was an advantage because I just identified with other women on screen. I identified with brunettes or just women that I admired, right? I remember I really wanted to be Hilary Swank when she was in The Next Karate Kid. I was really little then, but Anyway, I thought she was such a badass, and I knew I wanted to be like her. But I realized, this is all to say that I think in a way the bubble was helpful, because I realized that, I was raised in a way where I never felt like less. Um, I always felt like more because of the ways I was different. And my Jewish dad emphasized my Chinese background, wanted me to be in touch with those parts of me. So, as a woman of color with a disability, even though that should have been, three marginalized identities, could have been three marks against me, but instead, I always felt that it actually allowed me to be in more rooms and to serve more people. And so for a long time, even though I believed my disability was a blessing, at the same time, I really felt like, oh, if I go to disability only groups, it's just going to make me feel more disabled, as if there was something wrong with that. And, again, that idea that I needed to assimilate and show everybody I was just like them. When I was in elementary school, I would get a lot of questions like, hey, Sean, you're normal, right? What they were saying wasn't some grand statement about what is normal. What they were really talking about was, it's okay to connect with you, Sean. It's okay to have a conversation. It's okay to play My Little Pony. That's what they were getting at. They weren't trying to make some big statement about what is normal. And so I'm sharing all this to say that, realizing that I grew up in the bubble, I realized also as an adult, when I met other people with disabilities who were full-fledged adults, some of the most talented people I'd ever met, actor studio actors, Kennedy Center award-winning playwrights. And when they were writing, this was in my second job ever as a grant writer in New York City. I'm in a room full of people that I admire, that I look up to. And yet privately, in these writing sessions that they were doing for these plays, they were writing about, body image. They were writing about suicide attempts. And these were 45 members total, 15 with disabilities. And when I saw how so many of them were negative simply because of disability identity, I said, not only did I want to have positive dialogue with them about how I saw them, but I said, we need to have positive dialogue around disability, period. Because this was not my experience. And so in a way, my bubble was an advantage, because maybe I'm actually just inviting everybody into my bubble, where I want to take a moment for those of you with disabilities right now to think about this question. What is the best thing about having a disability? Because I think we're often, as advocates, we are taught to focus on what's not right. And that's important, to raise our voice and to make that really clear for the world to know, so that they can accommodate us and that we can feel seen and heard. But what are some ways that, or some advantages? Like, for example, I used to talk about, as a kid, being able to cut the lines at Disney World made me feel pretty cool. VI ski, I used to call it VI ski. No, so if I'm gonna take a look in the chat to see. Okay, thank you, Selena. Yes, beauty is found within, and I think obviously we want to see culture change to meet us and celebrate us as well. But I think, yes, it is true that self-esteem, self-love, beauty is something that we work on. And Brooke says perspective here. Okay, beauty is smile, beauty is love. I love that. I love that there's so much about attitude in the chat, because it is, if I looked at, and it is true, I will be really honest, that when I was younger, because I walked a certain way, it kind of changed the shape of my feet. And so I even though I would have told you that I love my disability, I really hated my feet for a long time. And it actually wasn't until I realized that I was going to run these workshops on self-esteem that I said, I really have to walk the walk, literally. And I started to get pedicures every month, and started to really enjoy my feet, basically for the first time. I don't know that I can say that I love them, but I can say that I like them. And this is what I wanted to get to here too. a lot of times we think we're going to love our body when it's perfect, you know, when we don't have cellulite or a belly or whatever, fill in the blank. Or if we don't look like someone else, it's not until we look like someone else that we're going to feel beautiful. But actually, the truth is, what I've learned is that we have to love our body because it's ours. It's the only one we have. And it's taken us this far. It's taken us through this life. And so, you know, even though I did not love my feet, and by the way, I mean, I think back to being a teenager and in my 20s, boy, would I love to have that old body, but all I was focused on was my feet. So what I've learned is that we have to figure out, like, I want us all to just take a moment. Let's ask ourselves this question. What's one part of me that I love? It could be your eyelashes. It could be your smile. It could be, hey, I have an awesome, I have, like someone told me I have great skin, you know, whatever it is. Normally I would not encourage us to look at the superficial, but it's not really about that, is it? It's about how do we appreciate what we have instead of being focused on what we don't have. Yeah, so I think I'm going to give everybody a minute to really think about that and let it marinate a little bit, because it might be hard to answer that question. And then I also, okay, let's go beyond the superficial, because so many people mentioned, what is something about you as a person that you appreciate? You know, maybe you know that you're like a really caring friend, or you know that you're the most organized person in your household, or you know that maybe you're like me and you're disorganized, but you're a really good listener when somebody has a problem. Yeah, I would love to. I'm going to look in the chat. Let's see. Do we have? Please flood me with comments here. I need the participation. Just because I can't see, I can see you, but I can't see you. So I need. I would love to hear more from everybody here. But yeah, again, I think this is something that we maybe don't need to answer right this second, but I think it's really important. Oh, thank you, Lee. Okay, 100 positive things about myself. Okay, Lee said, I was once told to write down 100 positive things about myself, with 20% of that list that had to be body positive statements. I love that. Boy, would I love to see that list. Okay, and we thank you, New Moonrise Therapies, for saying, I have beautiful eyes and I'm very compassionate. And Selena says, I love my work ethic. See, that's awesome. You see, because I think so many times, you know, and this is true every single day, especially as New Yorkers, you know, a lot of us could have really, actually, I would love to see in the chat where everyone's from, because some of you might not be. But sometimes it's really easy to get caught up in the hustle, the bustle, and kind of forget to, you know, start with gratitude for who we are, gratitude for being here. I have a friend who just texted me that they're in the emergency room. You know, things can change very quickly and things can be very stressful. But how can we, you know, start with, because the thing is, we can look outward and we can talk about, I mean, I can do a different talk about representation and how we're seen culturally. But a lot of times I think we're too focused outward and we forget to create for ourselves what it means to have a meaningful life, to have a beautiful life, to be a beautiful person. And we're so focused on the beauty in others that we're not focused on ourselves. So what I would love to do is actually something that I do, whether it's a corporate training or one-on-one. I would love to do, and I wasn't planning to do this, but because there's so much participation in the chat, I think this is the perfect time to do this. I would love to talk to you, because as I was saying, sometimes it's much easier to see the beauty in others than it is to see it in ourselves. So I would love to take a moment. Everyone can think about maybe 2 or 3 people that they think are the most beautiful, or their role models, or people that they admire. Okay, I think about 2 to 3 people. And if you can only find one, then I want you to have just more things to share about them. And I want you to think about, does everyone know what an adjective is? So that would be a descriptive word like pretty or smart or hardworking. Somebody had mentioned they love their work ethic, right? So I would love for you to think about 2 or 3 people that you really admire, and 2 to 3 words each about how you would describe them. And if you cannot think of 2 or 3 people, if it's just one person, if it's your mother, then I would like you to just flood her with, give her a ton of adjectives. So it also, by the way, does not need to be somebody that you personally know. I've had people say Batman or God or Oprah, right? So some of us might know Oprah, but some of us not so much. So, but anyway, there's no wrong answer as far as someone you look up to. And maybe it would be really cool if one of the people you choose is somebody that's a role model to you with a disability. Yeah, so I'm going to I would love to do a dance break here, but I think because I wasn't planning this, Mariella, I'm sorry, but it would be great to play some music or something at this time. So next time we will do that. But I'm going to give you guys 2 to 3 minutes to figure that out. Okay. And Adriana's here. Are you going to participate? Are you going to do can you do also the activity, Adriana?
I just popped up to say if you wanted to share music, you can instead of slides. So if you do want to share, you can.
I'm really winging it today, guys. I had some ideas. I knew that I wanted to talk about basically creating our own beauty standards. I wanted also for us to create our own ideas of what disability is for us. And also because I think it's really easy to focus on all the barriers that there are, but maybe get us thinking about what are some possibilities that disability brings into my life. So I think we're going to hold on the music, but just give you guys some food for thought. I would love, Adriana, do you think that, you popped up to say hello. Do you think that you could actually share with us maybe 1 or 2 role models that came to mind when I brought this up? Do you think you could be the first participant? And then we could also see in the chat if anyone else wants to share theirs.
Thanks for putting me on the spot, Sean.
That's what I do. You're welcome.
Yeah, this is great. A role model. Well, my mom. I think most of the women in my family, my grandma, my mom, we're all very strong women and independent women. And I think my sister and I definitely got it from my grandmother and my mother. So obviously my mother got it from my grandmother, and we got it from my mom. And I think that, she's definitely a role model. The women in our family on my mom's side.
You got it from my mama. I love it. All right. How about you, Mariella, since you popped up too? What do you think, honey?
It's so funny that you ask me this question because I have been playing on repeat. Miley Cyrus, I Am My Mother's Daughter. I actually have a few people, and I was doing my activity. The first person that came to mind is my younger sister, Ileana. And Ileana I think she's watching today. Oh my God, I'm so emotional now. Sean, this is why I needed to bring you in here. Like, you are just able to really create these spaces and these ways of thinking. Like, I'm just going to take a minute. You talk about feet and how you went out there and you got a pedicure. And that is so powerful. That's Andy. That's my husband. He just wrote that. That was romantic, Adriana. Thank you, honey. Side note. But Sean, you were talking about beauty, and you were talking about
My
getting a
wife.
pedicure.
Okay, I just want to embarrass Andy and Mariella in a moment and just read it. My wife, gorgeous, super smart, ambitious, unfiltered, headstrong, fierce, energetic, and daring. I love it. It's so
Thank you so much. I love you guys. Adriana, like I am definitely I'm gonna start my list, okay?
Okay,
First
I'm
person I
sorry.
put was my
Not letting you say
sister.
your word.
Focus, let's stay focused here. The first person I had was my sister. I think that she is someone that is so intentional with everything that she does. She is incredibly balanced. Like, there are times that I can be, this person that is fierce and ambitious, and I have timers and lists and plans, and I'm always executing. But I think that sometimes I do too much, and I think, oh my God, I'm gonna get so emotional. I hate you for this, Sean. You're making me cry at my comfort.
I'll
But it
take
means
the
so
hate. I'll
much.
take the hate because I know you love me anyway.
I love being able to create these spaces because these are the conversations that I really wish we had when we were growing up. Like, I wish I had somebody in a conference talking about getting a pedicure, despite hating their feet. Like, that is the energy that I think so many people need. And I'm so happy you exist, Sean. I'm so grateful for you, Adriana. So I love you guys. Thank you. The next person I actually put here is you, Sean.
Oh my gosh.
You are incredibly adventurous, open, daring. And I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of who you are becoming. I'm so inspired by how you constantly push me outside of my comfort zone to do things like this and to strive to make the world better and more accessible and more inclusive and actually do the work. But you're also incredibly open and transparent, and you force people to be the best versions of themselves. So thank you. And the third person I actually put in my list is a person that they are amazing and incredible, and I'm so proud of them. And the third person here is Caterina Rivera. Caterina is going to be one of our speakers for the conference, and she actually was there with me from the very beginning. And she has gone on to create Blindish Latina. And it's like, I look at it and it's just like, that's amazing that she's been able to do that, that she has been in such a time being able to really come into her identity as someone with Usher syndrome, as someone that is, she's putting together this program right now in Portugal, leading a team of people with disabilities to go sightseeing in Portugal. That is taking the things that you say you're going to do and being an ally in action. You go out there and you create those spaces and you do the thing. You don't just complain about things, you do a strategy. And she's someone that I really admire. And I need to figure out her secret sauce because I don't know how she does it. It's like, how do we do this? Like, how do we put these events and do these things? And thank you for creating this, Sean. Amazing workshop. I need more people to do this.
Wait, okay. First of all, I want to say on that note, thank you for orchestrating that amazing Sunday with you and Katarina for us to be together. Because wow, did I feel the power of the three of us together, and we're sharing that power in this moment with everyone, obviously in the virtual room as well. But I wanted to, first of all, that was a hugely and powerful share. Thank you so much, Mariella, for being so vulnerable and shedding happy tears. These are happy tears. And part of vulnerability is being okay with whatever it is we feel. But I want to leave us with a couple of things. One is, a lot of times when it comes to self-esteem, just because we think it doesn't mean it's true. So a lot of the negative stuff that we have, we've created and we've decided is true. And that's one of the most harmful things we can do. So if I just decided my feet were ugly and left it at that, then I didn't have a chance to love on my feet and to get to a place of self-acceptance and things like that, right? But I wanted to explain why we just did what we did. I hope that everyone, even though I don't see it in the chat, I hope that everyone participated like Mariella, because what I want you to do now is take a moment and take all the things that you use to describe your heroes and sheroes that everyone just shared, and write I am, and then next to it put all the things you use to describe your mom, you use to describe the friend that's on your list. So for example, with Mariella, you are an advocate in action. So Mariella, I am adventurous. I am someone that puts what I have planned to action. Instead of, because a lot of times we can look at other people and we see the beauty in other people, but we don't necessarily realize that we're mirroring what we're seeing is also within us, or something that if you're admiring something, it's a quality you already have that might need a little more emphasis. It might need a little more support. So those of you that are willing, you can actually start to put these I ams all over your house, put them on your mirrors, put them in your bedroom, right? And so does that make sense, Mariella?
It's absolutely lovely. And it's funny because one of the first things that connected you and I, Sean, is I want to give a major shout out to RJ if he's watching this right now, because you and I met at the United Nations event back on December 3rd, which is actually on my birthday. I met you on my birthday. Yeah, my birthday is so funny because my
Your
birthday is
is
an
International Day of Persons with Disabilities.
Yes. Adriana, you want to tell Sean your story? I think Adriana got married on the anniversary of the ADA.
We are at time. Yeah, I am the timekeeper. I'm sorry to rain on everyone's parade as much
We'll
as
keep this love fest going.
a wonderful conversation. I have to be the bad guy.
I want to close up, Sean, that I'm going to take everything that you said about adorning your space, and I actually have my ring, which is what connected you and I have been wearing it. And it's this whole session really is a reminder to remind ourselves of those things that give us love, that make us happy, that make us feel positive. So I'm definitely going to be getting my ring fixed. I want to be incredibly mindful of time here, Sean, and I am going to give you an opportunity to share. Do you have any last minute thoughts, comments, suggestions, words of wisdom for our audience today?
Well, I first of all, I want to give everyone props that are doing things to make the world and culture more inclusive and powerful. And everybody, I don't care if you're Mariella or you just started advocacy today, everybody has a voice. Everybody has something to contribute. I spent my entire childhood looking at my amazing, gorgeous, really smart parents thinking like, what am I supposed to do? Like I came out of these people and I felt at first really intimidated. Let the people that inspire you motivate you to become more like them. And the reason that we did this I am is because everything we have is not outside of us, it's inside of us. Everything that we have that we need is already there. We are the best resource that we have. We are the best voice for ourselves in the room. And I just want to encourage everyone, like no matter what your background is, because coming from an Asian family, I had a mom that did not apologize for the space she took up, but that was not the typical Asian experience. And so I was still raised to be a good girl. And I had to, in a way, I had to let go of that good girl so that I could stand up not only for myself, but there's so many people when you use your voice that are behind you and that are needing that advocacy. It's not just, our stories are not for us, it's for everyone. And so I'm just so excited to see what you guys do with this. And I just wish we had more time, but we'll just have to say.
I know.
And Sean,
My love, I will see you. I will see you sooner rather than later. We need to get
You
together.
know it.
Also,
Roller coaster, baby.
we
Okay.
need to get on the roller coasters and we're gonna get our pedicure. So,
Oh
my girlfriend,
yes, girl time. Love you.
all right, Sean. When I put you backstage, please stay until
get
Love you,
ready.
baby.
So,
Okay.
I
is
am going.
uploaded. Okay.
I am
Enjoy.
going to
Thank you, everybody.
introduce. I am going to go ahead and introduce our next speaker, someone that I have been following their journey for a minute. We have Kalina Powell. She is the founder of Deaf Queen Boss. Kalina, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm super excited to be here.
I am so happy to finally have you grace this stage and to officially do something with you in this capacity. Oh, Adriana, did you change your shirt?
No.
No? Okay, never mind. I thought you did what I did yesterday. Anyway, Kalina, we're going to bounce off and let you go off. Are you ready? Awesome.
Hi, everybody. Oh my God.
Kalina, you somehow got muted. I don't know what happened. Okay. No, not working. Okay. Well, Kalina will hopefully be right back. So, oh, here she is. Okay.
Can you hear
All
me
right.
okay now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay, now.
It happened again for some reason. Don't know why it keeps going away. Okay.
And Kalina said, "Oh, you can't hear my voice? Just a moment."
Okay. Alrighty. There we go.
I'm texting. I'm texting Sean right now. How dare you make me cry at my own conference? Out of control. Out of control, that woman.
And Sean, you're still uploading. Just an FYI. All right, so let's look at the chat and see what people are saying. Oh, Kalina is back. All right,
Yes, I
let's
see her.
get her back up here.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know what happened. Fine.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Okay, I think we're back. I think we get back. Okay. So, okay, good. Yay. Okay, yay. Okay. So today we're going to talk about my favorite topic, dating. And I feel like a lot of us sometimes feel like we can be confused. We may not have the confidence within ourselves. And I do want us to talk about what are ways we can do to improve our relationship in terms of our self-confidence. And the first thing I always encourage a lot of people, especially my clients, the first thing is you have to understand what are your strengths, what is it you're good at, and what is your weakness. So it's very important to compare and really think about how can you benefit your partner? What is something that you can do to help your partner? So I know a lot of times we get confused and we were like, oh my God, what if my partner can't accommodate me because X, Y, and Z? And it's super important that we do figure out our strength in terms of building our self-confidence. And that's the only way we can able to build a confidence within ourselves. It's really understanding what is our strengths are. And the second thing I want to say is that sometimes it's okay to give your partner all. I know some of us feel like you don't want to carry the whole backpack and throw it at your partner. And it is hard because I remember when I started first dating, I didn't start dating until I was 20 years old. And I was super nervous and I was like, oh my God, like, can my partner handle me? And, you know, I had to have an honest talk with myself and ask myself, what is my strength? What are my weaknesses? So that I can have a healthy and successful relationship. In order for that to happen, you have to be honest with yourself. If you're not honest with yourself, how are you supposed to allow your partner to help you? And I feel like a lot of us sometimes don't always be honest. And sometimes we do know what our accommodation are, but sometimes there's other ways to accommodate, especially being in a relationship. And a lot of us sometimes feel like for me personally, sometimes when I was dating, I was felt like back in my head, it's always like I may lose my independence when I'm dating. But it doesn't mean that your partner will take advantage of you. I know sometimes we feel like, what if I give them all? Will they take advantage? But that may not be the case. And I always tell people, there's so much more to give in people. And when you're dating, it's a whole different world, you know? Like everybody deserves to feel loved, appreciated. And I would also say, always have an honest conversation with your partner in terms of what something that you both need to work on. I know a lot of us sometimes can put it underneath the rug and not think sometimes. Like, oh my God, like, you know, sometimes we just need to lay it out on the table for our partner to let them know what works and what does not work for you. And sometimes it's hard. But it doesn't mean that your partner doesn't love you for who you are. The only way to build that if you are confident within yourself. You have to learn how to build a confidence within yourself in order to allow someone to love you. It is a hard step. But the first thing for me, what I did before I started dating was I went to go get counseling to understand, like, why am I having this thought in my head? Like, why is it? You know? And my counselor once told me, she said, it's because you're so used to being independent. You don't like to rely on people. And it could be issue for some of you. But it doesn't mean that your partner is not going to allow you to have your independence. So I always encourage people to know what you're looking for in a partner. Super important to know what you're looking for. And don't feel bad to break up with the person because they're not providing you accommodation or providing your needs or meet with your needs. And in order to have a successful relationship in general, is that everybody sit together, be honest, and just really know what can we do for each other. And that's the only way we can do that. And, you know, for me, I always tell relationship, for example, I remember one relationship I was in, I don't do phone call. I do a lot of FaceTime. And my partner didn't know that I prefer FaceTime instead of telephone. And because he thought, you know, I would wear a hearing aid, he I don't know why my phone froze. Okay, sorry. My phone froze for a second. And it's really important that we do really sit down and just understand and lay out everything that we need. And the only way that could happen
sorry,
is to make sure that
sorry,
we are being honest,
to
always being honest. And I feel like that's the key to have a very successful relationship in general. Doesn't matter what you have. Everybody's needs are very, very different from others. And, you know, if you are thinking about
Kalina, can you see?
You know, being in a relationship, don't be afraid. There are people out there that's going to love you for who you are.
Kalina, your video feed disappeared.
Oh, it did?
Yes.
Oh, can you see me now?
No, we just see black, but we can hear you. We cannot see you. It might be because you're using your phone and not a computer.
Okay.
Possibly.
Okay, how about now?
No, it's still a black screen. Do you see yourself, like, on the screen? Okay, I guess she's reconnecting again. So, we will wait for Kalina to get back. But while we wait, I do want to share what Sean said. Oh, she's back. So let me put her back up. There you go.
You got it?
Yes, we can see you. Great.
Okay. Okay, you can see me? Okay, great.
Now we have a sound issue again. Goodness. There's no sound. I don't know. We can't hear you. But Kalina, would you want the interpreter to speak?
I think if I lip read Kalina correctly, she said she's gonna try to log back on and get back connected. That she's not sure why the audio's not working.
Okay. Okay. So while we wait for Kalina to reconnect, here, I'll put it down. Sean in the chat said, love all the I ams here in the chat. They can help in dating too, to know what you have to offer someone. So thank you for that, Sean. So let's see. Yeah. Thank you. And thank you everyone again for joining us for day 2. Let us know in the chat how you like our speakers thus far. Haven't they been fabulous? Show them some love in the chat and show them some love by following them on all of their social platforms. And we will be creating a document with links to the presentations that were shared during the conference as well. So, yeah. And Mariella has stepped away, my partner in crime. So I'm basically just here she is.
Do you want to maybe have one of the surprise chaos happen activities that we were going to use during the break?
Sure. How much time do we have left on this? Yeah, let's do it.
I want to, maybe we can go over some of the comments that we have gotten so far. Let's see here.
I did read out Sean's comment. And then her newest comment is also a lot of people feel that we have disabilities we should settle. Don't settle. That is true. Don't settle. All right. Do you want to do the activity? Well,
we have a few things we can talk about just to remind people about accessibility. One of the books that I highly encourage everyone to get, here we have 32 tools for hearing accessibility, a practical guide for people with hearing disabilities and their allies. And this is a book that I wrote with Catarina Rivera, one of the people that I talked about during Sean's activity. And in here we have 32 tools, all the way from the Pixel phone, which I use to caption my phone calls, to the deaf driver sticker that I put in my car to communicate with the police during a stop that I have a hearing disability, or to communicate with emergency workers that I have a hearing disability, or to communicate with an angry driver on the road that all that honking isn't going to bother me. So I encourage you, if you are someone with a hearing disability, or you want to be a better ally to someone with a hearing disability, that you explore those tools. In addition to that, I want to talk about another resource that has been kind of touched every once in a while in the sessions that we've had, and that is the IAAP. I'm going to reference it here. The IAAP provides certifications. One of these certifications is the CPACC certification. And the IAAP CPACC, wait, what? CPACC ensures that you have met at least the very minimum, what should really be the minimum requirements in understanding accessibility, in understanding disability, in understanding the laws. So I want to encourage you, if you're someone that is watching today's session, if you're watching this video, you want to be a better ally to people with disabilities, go get your CPACC certification. I am currently studying for my own certification, and we're actually very lucky at AudioEye because AudioEye has a partnership program where the certification training, the quizzes are all paid by my employer. So there is no excuse for me as an employee of a company that is sponsoring this to not be certified. Kalina, excellent timing. Let's test out your mic.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know what's happening. No, I'm on the iPad.
All right, we are gonna put ourselves down.
Okay, hi everybody. I am back.
Kalina, again.
Me now.
Oh, wait, you came back for a second.
Can you hear?
Yes.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I think because I had to just take connect.
It keeps reconnecting. Your Bluetooth keeps reconnecting, and your audio goes out. No, you're muted now.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
It went away again.
Okay, I think we are only going to have so much time
Yeah.
because it's already 1:38 and Kalina's presentation is supposed to end at 1:45. So Kalina, what I want you to do is I want you to log off and then come back in again. We are not going to do the, can you try talking now and unmute yourself? Okay, she's gonna come back and we'll just do like a quick 7 minute, whatever time we have remaining, talking with Kalina, and maybe just having her talk with us so that we can just reuse that content for Kalina's presentation. Cool?
Yes.
Awesome. Just also so that you are aware, Joanna, and our audience, we switch stenographers. So we had someone earlier in the day, Wendy, our second stenographer for this afternoon. Oh my God, it's already the afternoon and the 2 of this conference. This is wild. But our second stenographer is Sherry for the rest of the day. So thank you, Sherry, for being here. We're very excited to have you. And let's wait for Kalina. Now, I think I'm going to talk a little bit about Kalina while we wait for her. Hold on. And I'm going to talk a little bit about her book, just in case we have technical difficulties. So I connected with Kalina. And can I share my screen? Let's see. Stop screen, not that one. Share. Share screen. Up. 1 second. Here we are. Here we go. So this is Kalina's page.
Kalina's back as well.
She's back?
Yes, she is. So let's give this a try again.
All right, Kalina, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Great. So we don't have that much more time for your presentation. But what I want to do instead is I want to use the next few minutes that we have instead of trying to tech check to have a conversation. Have you introduced yourself? Who are you? What is the work you do? Summarize everything you are going to do in 5 minutes.
Yeah, everything in 5 minutes, keep it short. I'm an author, international speaker, a life coach, and now I am a content creator. So if you go on my Instagram, you see me posting like so many things, honestly. And that's really who I am.
I would love to have you talk a little bit more about, you wrote a book. Tell us how that happened. What is the book about?
Definitely. It really started when I met a little boy. He was also deaf, and his mom had a conversation with me. She said that I never met a deaf person that was interesting in the hearing community, unfortunately. And she said, "You're going to make a difference in the world." And I thought, what if I do write a book and, talk about my personal experience? So my book is a poetry book. It's about me being deaf, daily basis. What is it like? And it's only 95 pages, since I know we all sometimes don't like to read books for too long because I'm not a big fan of books. So yeah, so that's really what my book is about.
And how do we get the book? Where do we find the link to the book? What is the book called? Can we get it on Amazon?
Yeah, so my book is called Every Day I Am Just Deaf. You can find it on Amazon, all over the world, all over the world.
Awesome. And how did you come up with that title?
Honestly, I was playing with it for like 2 months, and I was just writing it down. I knew I wanted to be called something deaf, but I didn't know what to call it. And I just said, why not just call it Every Day I'm Just Deaf? Like,
I feel like I have so much to talk to you about. And I also want to be respectful of the time we have left. And I'm so disappointed that we had these technical difficulties, Kalina, because I really think that there's so much value in your story, in the content you're sharing. I know that you talk a lot about on your Instagram and like dating and disability and intimacy and being comfortable with who you are. And it's so timely that I intentionally wanted to put your presentation right after Sean's because a lot of what you talk about builds on that. And so many people have to hear that message that you're sharing because the question of intimacy and loving others really begins with knowing who you are, like admitting that every day I am deaf. Like this is my everyday life. These are my everyday struggles. This is who I am unapologetically. And having a partner that is willing to see that because they also have flaws in their own ways, but just looking at yourself and having that self-awareness. And you talk so often about that on your social media platform, and I love and I learn so much from that. And you are definitely the type of person that I wish I had met and been friends with in my when I was a teenager, when I was in my 20s. Like you were definitely that person that I would have been like, she's so cool. I want to talk to her about dating. Let me find her on Instagram. How is she talking about this? How is she disclosing? So I want to say thank you so much for creating that content. It really does make a difference, and I'm just so happy you're here.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry about the technology issue.
No problem.
It happens. I think this is honestly, this whole conference is like the universe telling me this is why you need to keep doing this. Like, this is why, because like yours are the stories, and every other speakers that we've had today, these are really the stories of why we do this. So we are exactly at time, Kalina. We're so sorry for the tech difficulties, but I'm going to give you an opportunity before you jump off. Any closing thoughts, comments, suggestions, or words of wisdom you want to share with our audience?
Definitely. I would say is don't be afraid of falling in love within yourself. You come first before anybody else.
That's what I'm talking about. Right there. Right there. All right, Kalina, it was lovely to see you today. You have a fantastic rest of your day. And we are going to bring up to the stage one of the spiciest conversations I am excited for. Nathan, I saw your presentation yesterday, and honestly, it has sat heavy with me for the last few days in such a powerful way. I mean, wow, like I wonder what it would have been like live. That's all I'm going to say. How did you even have the time to caption that whole thing? Anyway, I'm just very happy you guys are here. I'm going to pass it to Adriana.
I actually captioned it for the. I actually captioned it for the conference. So, yeah, I captioned it.
You were a machine.
So I was doing it while we were doing the conference yesterday.
Oh my God, this woman, this, I don't know how. Dr. Michelle, which one do you prefer?
We are friends here, so we could just be on a first name basis.
Michelle,
Yes.
I'm very excited to hear your talk today with Nathan, and then hear you later on today during the panels, the parents panel. Adriana, are we ready to jump up and let these two take the lead?
Yes, I can't wait.
Goodbye.
All right, take it away.
All right, Michelle. So let's dive in by giving the people what they want. They want to know what we look like, right? So I am Nathan. I'm a white dude. I've got a hat on with my brown glasses and a black shirt with pink flowers on it. And I've got my headphones on.
All right. And I am Dr. Michelle Finan. I've got long blonde hair that I've straightened for us today, a black and white striped top, and some bright pink earrings.
and a big old smile on my face because I'm so excited to be here talking with everyone today. And it just feels like a little clubhouse reunion, really.
Yeah, 100%. That's kind of where we started as Team Sexy and Disabled. And we would have all these conversations about what does it mean to be sexy and disabled? Can you be both at the same time? Like, and there was lots of conversations where I don't even feel comfortable using the word sexy. And I think it was such a great lead in from our last speaker to touch on intimacy. And as I was listening, one of the things that I was thinking that in my experience of dating, trying to find the partner that I deserve, I kept thinking of, man, I was doing all these things. I was going to the gym. I was getting what I thought externally looked good, but it didn't get me any results. I was jacked as whatever. And what I realized is it all started from the inside. And until I took care of the inside, nothing was going to show up in my external world. So I want to get your take on what your thoughts are with intimacy, real quick.
Right. So when I'm talking about intimacy with my clients, and just a little bit of my background, so I'm a board certified clinical sexologist, I'm a licensed mental health counselor, and I specialize in working with people who have chronic illness and disability present in their lives. And one of the reasons why that's my specialty is because I myself am disabled. I have osteogenesis imperfecta, which is a brittle bone disease. And I was the only one in my family to be born with this disease until I had my 2 children. So I'll be talking about disabled parenting in a little while too. But the big thing for me growing up with a disability was this battle with my own sexual self-esteem, and will I be able to have intimate relationships with people? And so when you ask me about intimacy, a lot of times when I'm talking with my clients or even just people in general, our mind kind of goes to the mechanics of sex and sexual intercourse, which I know can be a question for a lot of people with disabilities, depending upon, different, things that we're all dealing with. So there are mechanics questions that I do a lot of talking about. I've done a ton of research on specific disabilities and making different sexual activities accessible. But when we're also talking about intimacy, we're talking about a relationship, right? Intimate conversations, connection. And the previous speakers really did such a beautiful job of doing this lead in talking about how we shouldn't be settling. But why do people settle? And that typically is because our relationship with our sexuality as someone who has a disability is tied in with our self-worth, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I know you and I talk a lot with people about how to really get some healing around the stories and the labels that we've put on ourselves, or maybe society has put on us when it comes to being a person with a disability and a sexual being, because that's what all of us are too. And so really looking at how do I increase my sexual self-esteem even before I'm attempting to have relationships, so that I can really get a good foundation and not find myself settling.
Yeah, I think that's a great part where we can pause for a second. And if you're with us live here, just think about what Michelle is just asking about. Where do I fall? If it's on a scale of 1 to 10 with my sexual self-esteem, am I on the lower end or am I on the higher end? Like, am I really confident in my esteem sexually? And remember, wherever you are, that's where you are, and that's okay, because part of this is recognizing where we are so we can get where we want to be. And I know as we were prepping, I see a lot of things happening in the chat here.
Yeah, woo.
But as we were prepping, one of the things that we talked about was like just the word intimacy alone. One of the first things that I think is important in all of this is, are you able to define what that looks like for yourself? And more importantly, once you have it defined, are you able to communicate that with that relationship, that partner? Because it's not always a romantic relationship, but are you able to communicate that with the relationships that you have that you feel are intimate in your life?
You know, you said communication, and I was scanning the chat box too. And I know that you and I had talked about wanting this to almost resemble our old clubhouse talks, right? Where people would have a chance to kind of throw some questions in there and we could answer them, because we really do have such a short amount of time.
Yeah.
And then we can lead into ways that you could get more individualized support with us, because it's funny, back in the day when I first started talking, I was like, ooh, a half hour, how am I going to fill it? And now I'm like, a half hour, how are we going to make this work, you know?
Yeah.
Because it's such a layered conversation. And you said communication here. And I think sometimes even before we're able to really communicate with our partner and potential partners, we're really practicing doing that with caretakers, with parents, with friends. And something that you and I have done in support of just creating a space where we can practice that is our community, the Badass Boundaries community. Because I saw in the chat here, what about a situation where you don't have autonomy? How do you explore your sexuality when you've got caregivers? And I want to explore this. I want to look at groups, and I think the message was actually too long for the chat, so a lot of it cut off. But I think this is a very common thing where our boundaries as people with disabilities are often crossed, and it might not even be something that we're realizing that we have the right to really set these boundaries.
Yeah.
You know, especially as humans, as adults, we have the ability to set these boundaries, and it's really helpful in order to start communicating our needs. So just to kind of lead into answer that question, it really comes down to conversation of, I would like some alone time. Could you possibly leave these pillows over here? You could also have a toolbox, if you will, that I like to encourage everybody to have with any types of things that they might want to have accessible to them, that they can explore sexuality. And I go into that a lot in my sessions with people, because if you are told you're not a sexual being, and then you have the desire to explore your sexuality, like it's a big, like a battle where you're torn into thinking, is this wrong? Am I not meant to have these feelings? Is there something wrong with me? Which then really creates that loop, right?
Yeah.
And I think it just waters that seed of feeling less than or feeling different, which is already a concern within our population.
Oh yeah, I love the comment about even I was raised to be a good girl,
Ugh.
or I was raised to be a nice guy, right? And
Yes.
all of this is interesting. This is where this conversation is leading, and I think that's what we like the most. Is it's just a conversation. But one of the things, as you were talking, it brought me back to in our boundaries conversations, one of the best tools that we had as a community was the ability to role play. Like coming to a call and being like, hey guys, here's what's going on this week. How would you approach that? And we would get on and we would role play. So I think finding some community is important in this conversation too. I think that's why Sexy and Disabled took off the way that it did, because we were able to form a community around this difficult conversation, but finding people that you feel safe and comfortable with to be like, hey, this is what's going on. Can we practice having this conversation? So I'm not going into it blind.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And so also thinking, okay, so community is necessary for healing and support. And then also you said this is a scenario that it's a hard conversation to have, but it doesn't have to be. I think that people are uncomfortable talking about sex across the board. People, as we know, are also uncomfortable with talking about disability. So when we bring the two together, there is just this, how do we even have the two coexist? But these two should coexist because they do coexist. And so having a space that is safe, really, to talk about these conversations and do some of that role playing of, okay, how do I say this? Or could I say this better? How would I set this boundary? Or I like this. How do I communicate that? And that's really what I do with my couples and my singles who don't have disabilities too. So I think it's important to normalize that a lot of these concerns, whether it's being the good girl and, having that pressure, or having low sexual self-esteem because we don't have maybe experience, or we're self-conscious about this part of us. I just want to normalize that as a human experience.
Yeah, 100%. I want to read this to you and get your kind of take on it, Michelle. And it says, however, given the significance of my disability, I find that I just have to keep things to myself, and I'm not able to explore sexuality fully.
And I think, like, who has had that feeling, right? I think we all feel like no one could possibly be attracted to me. Like, there, on some level, that thought, I think, has crossed different people's minds for different reasons, whether it's disability or trauma or whatever it is that is the thing that's holding us back. And so being able to acknowledge, yes, maybe you have a significant disability. That does not mean that you cannot have a fully expressed sexuality and pleasure-filled life. And that, I really feel like, is my, like, what is it, like that mountain that you will die on? Like, I believe that to be the truth, and I will preach that evermore, because I just think that that is your birthright to experience. And it's a shame that it's not really accepted as much, but we can work with that. Maybe we're used to not being accepted. could work with that. I see in the chat box, parents are definitely a challenge. Carers are required by law to provide access to sexual outlets, including setup and cleanup. And sometimes it really is just knowing your rights. It's about knowing different states have different laws as well, as far as, you know, who can assist and what can be supportive for you. And I'm happy to continue that conversation as well. But I think that it's really important for us to find ways, and we're good at, I think, finding ways.
Yeah, one of the things I want to share just from my personal experience, so I don't think in the presentation yesterday I talked specifically about my disability, but I have cerebral palsy, and as part of that, one of my hips is way almost dislocated. So I have an interesting stance when it comes to walking, standing. And so one of the greatest things that I ever did as an exercise around sexuality was they said, okay, I want you to get in front of the mirror and be completely naked. And I want you to draw yourself. Right. And so what that did in my experience was it forced me to look at myself and be like, okay, this is what I look like. And guess what? I love that. And one of the things that happened in the exercise was not only did I draw myself, but we had a whole conversation about what's the reason why you love the parts of yourself that are currently making you uncomfortable with yourself. And that gave me a great sense of freedom to even start to view myself that way. But it took the courage to stand in the mirror, draw it out, and be like, oh, I don't really know how I feel about this right now.
Mm-hmm. And that is a tool really that can be used, which is really, it's art therapy is what you did in this exercise. And that type of therapeutic tool is something that can be used to increase your sexual self-esteem. And how like impactful that was to do for you. And I would say that one of the most important parts of it was you said, I'm going to do this. So you decided that you were going to do some healing work in this arena. And so that's really what I would want to encourage everyone who listens to this call to do, is to really do some self-reflection and say, is my sexuality, my sexual self-esteem, and the feelings that I have about myself as a human who has a disability, is that getting in the way of me having other things that I want? Maybe I want a relationship. Maybe I want to have sex. Maybe I want to have intimacy with people. And my perceptions of these things over here are holding me back. And if that is the case, I would encourage you all to decide if you want that to change. And if you do want that to change, then there's some work to be done. And there's some fun to be had too. I want to make sure that we don't just call it work, because at some point, I think, kind of like with physical therapy, where it really sucks, but then you start making progress and you're like, you learn to embrace the suck.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like healing with this is kind of like that, because then you're able to have the things that you wanted, and relationships may come and go, but that improved feeling about yourself and the healing that you can get around that won't be taken away. And I think that that's just an important aspect of this. And so Nathan and I continue to hold talks and supportive groups for people with and without disabilities. We talk about boundary setting. We talk about sexual self-esteem And we also are launching a group too, specifically for men. I work with quite a few men. I would say a majority of my practice is with people identifying as a male. And so with that, we decided to use our sexy and disabled unite type of teamwork to create a group for men. And Nathan, if you want to talk a little bit about that, then I can talk about the group that I'm offering for those who are the ladies.
Yeah, 100%. So I think the most important part about the self-assured man is the fact that I myself was looking for a community of men where I could grow myself in my identity of my own masculinity. And it kept coming back to in order to be a part of this, you have to be able to be a Marine, or you have to be able to, like, your masculinity is tied to your ability to do physical things. That's the only way that you can experience resilience. You can really truly find yourself. And come on, we all know that is not true. And so that really got me thinking about, what does it look like to have a men's program that your masculinity, your identity as a man is not tied only to physicality. And so that's what got us started on this journey with the Self-Assured Man. And we have a webinar coming up on Sunday.
Yeah, and so the webinar will really give a glimpse into, like, we really took the time to distill down and identify 6 pillars of being this self-assured man. And I think that it's really important for us to create community that is inclusive. And so this program isn't just for men with disabilities. There certainly will be quite a few, just because that's our crew and that's who, we hang out with. But it's also for able-bodied men, and it's for anyone who is really looking to get some healing around feeling more confident, really, and self-assured, so that you know who you are and you're not masking this person and this authentic being that you could be. Because when we do that, we end up in relationships that aren't meant for us. They're meant for this masked person that we've presented. And I think that the masking is very common in our disability community because of this desire to fit in. It truly is a safety thing that we do. And on a biological level, we are always seeking safety just as humans. And so how do we learn to break that habit of masking and get our confidence back? And I think that this is really extremely important for everyone, but we're really called to support men in doing this, because I don't really know of many groups specifically open to men with disabilities where this is being talked about.
And so let's dive into what you have going on Monday as well, because I know that it probably serves 2 different populations, and this might be for you as well.
Yeah, so I'm doing another webinar on Monday that's talking about sexual self-esteem, and this is a women's group. So anyone identifying as a woman can join this online webinar, and it's all about a guide to your sexual self-awareness. And I'm partnering up with a licensed marriage and family therapist and dear friend of mine who is also a certified sex therapist like myself. And we're really looking at the key factors that will impact your sexual self-esteem. We're talking about desire and the different desire styles and arousal. And I think that that's really important for people with disabilities too, because due to a variety of things that we may experience, whether it's spasticity or numbness or chronic pain, things are going to be a little bit different when it comes to arousal. And we can work with that. We can work with those things instead of just writing them off and saying, this isn't for me. And then really looking at how do we incorporate the new things that we're going to be learning about our sexual selves, and doing some activities to really figure out who that person is so that we can then bring that person forward in romantic relationships. So I'm really excited about what's going to be coming from both of these webinars, because the webinars are more of a taste of what is going on, and those will then lead into other classes and programs. And I just find that community is such a great thing that comes out of this work as well. So I would love to have anyone here join us for these journeys, really.
Yeah, and I'll make sure and drop info if you're interested in joining what we were talking about in the comments, so you guys have access to it. And I think we did perfectly. We got about a minute left, so if you guys have any questions for us, feel free to drop them and we'll do our best to answer. But make sure you follow us if we're not able to get to it in the time that we have remaining today.
Yeah, we love on social media to receive even anonymous questions that you're wanting to have us answer. We're able to then answer those anonymously, but share them with our followers, because oftentimes if one person is wondering and has this question, then it might be applying to a lot of other people. So
yeah, we got a question up there. I'm assuming that is for you.
yeah, so I've gone to conferences and I did not end up doing the ASECT certification, but I always go back and forth about why not get another certification here. I do have board certification as a clinical sexologist, and I'm licensed in the state of Florida as a mental health counselor. I just finished a certified trauma level 2 training. So that's kind of, trauma is where my interests kind of veered off to. But I do always kind of have my eye on the ASECT certification.
All right.
Adriana, responses, thoughts.
It was so great to be here. And Adriana, thank you for reaching out about this. Adriana was the first person that I met on Clubhouse, and we started talking, and then I soon connected with Nathan, and we've never met in person, any of us. And I just feel that it's long overdue. And I hope that this conference continues to grow and be something that we can reunite someday live.
Yeah, that would be great. I mean, a nice big Clubhouse meetup is definitely needed.
Yes.
And yeah, thank you so much. And if you post the link to your upcoming sessions so we can share it with everyone.
Yes.
In the chat, that would be really great. Also, we are recording these sessions, so just stay in the I'm off stage for a few minutes so your video completes to upload. But thank you so much for your presentation.
Oh, you're so welcome. And I feel like this conversation, this is just the beginning.
It absolutely is. Nathan, Michelle, thank you so much for making the time, sharing all of your knowledge with our audience. I'm excited to learn more about the webinar, the classes that you two have coming up. So as soon as we get the link for that, we'll share it in the chat. Before we close up and go into break time, I'm going to give you guys a quick minute to, oh, never mind. Did they? Okay, I'm going to give you guys each a quick minute to share any closing thoughts, remarks,
Oh my God.
ideas that you have before you officially bounce from the room. I'll
Hey,
start
yeah,
with you, Nathan.
yeah, absolutely. I just think each of you have the ability to have these hard conversations. And as it started before we took the stage, all of this starts with you having the conversation with yourself.
I love that. I would also say that when I'm looking to do anything, typically I'm a very fearful person. I like to know the lay of the land before I jump and do something. And I think for a lot of people, talking about sex and disability can be an intimidating thing. And so I just want to say that you can ask for help on this topic. I think sometimes we get really hung up on this whole needing help thing. But as humans, we are interdependent beings. And Nathan and I, we're the type of tour guides that have a really good map. And I think that it's important to stick around people that will bring you to the places that you want to go and help you get there, instead of saying that it's something that a trip that is not worth taking. And so I would just encourage you to join us and let's hang out.
Thank you so much, Michelle. And officially, we're going to be taking you off screen. We're going to encourage our audience to take a quick 15-minute break. Do we have enough time for 15 minutes? We've got about 10 minutes now.
No, yeah.
All right, so our next speaker is going to be Priya Ray. I am so excited to have her here. She's actually the painter of this image that I have in my back, in my wall, and in my bag. And she is the founder of DEY Abled, and she will be talking about do-it-yourself solutions. DIY. Thank you. And she'll be talking about DIY solutions for living as a person with a disability. So very, very excited to hear her talk.
And
I encourage.
Can we quickly shout out to our steno captions, so carved by steno captions, and our amazing ASL interpreters, Kinsey and Samara. Thank you so much from Partners Interpreting. So thank you, all of you, for making this very accessible to all. Just wanted to do a quick shout out.
Awesome. And with that, we're going to go to break. So we will see you shortly. Alrighty, we are at time. It is time to come back from your break time. So we are going to be joined next. Right, Priya? Right, Priya, are you joining us live?
Yes, do y'all see me? Am I here?
You
Am I here?
are. Are you? Are you a
Yeah.
real being? Are you here? In what aspect? All right. So Priya, I'm so happy to have you today. I have your artwork right behind me. I'm so happy to
Oh, yay.
yeah, you see it?
Yeah, I do. It's beautiful.
Yes, very, very grateful to have you here. I feel like you have such a story and so much to share. Is there anything you need from us before we let you have the stage?
No, I don't think so. I can't think of anything. I'll ask
All
as I'm
right.
going along.
You're doing great. We will talk to you later.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So, I just want to thank the A11y Conference for having me. So, what I'll do is I'll start with my story. I was born in 1968. My parents are immigrants from India, Kolkata, India. Um, so I was born in 1968 and in America, and my first experience with disability was my mother. She had rheumatoid arthritis that culminated around the year I was born, and as we both aged, her disability got worse. She had less and less ability due to her chronic pain. Um, and this was way before the ADA was passed, and we never referred to my mother as disabled. We knew she had rheumatoid arthritis, but we just kind of lived life. We traveled a lot. They had parties a lot. They were very social, and anything my mother couldn't do when we were too young to help my brother and I, my father helped her access everything everything that she needed. And later, when my brother and I were older, we also helped with that. So as I grew up in America, I didn't think of my mother as being disabled. I just was like, oh, she has this disease. So I didn't think about things from the disabled perspective. And so I was very creative. I'm an artist and a musician. I play violin. So in around 1990, with my partner, I started this band called Cream Electric Santa, and it was part of a DIY music and art scene. And the reason I was really drawn to it is because the DIY mindset is really about a community of people who are outsiders. And because I was the child of Indian immigrants, um, I was an outsider in many ways because there was no there wasn't a big Indian culture in the 70s and the 80s. So I was often, surrounded by people that weren't Indian. So I was already an outsider in that way. And so I was really drawn to the DIY community because of that. So I spent most of my 20s in a band that I started in 1990 with my partner. And so as when I say we were part of a DIY community, what that meant was that we booked our own shows with local bands locally in the area we lived in. We toured and we booked our own tours. And that was through a community that we had grown nationally and sometimes worldwide, even though I never really had a chance to take my band on a worldwide thing. But there were a lot of bands from different countries that we met through the DIY scene and community because of that. Um, so it was really great because we were expanding our community in our own way without money from corporations or getting bank loans and things like that. We were doing it through our community. And so then in the 90s, I was having a great time doing that band and making art. And then in 1999, I had an accident and fell. And that resulted in me having a spinal cord injury and becoming a full time wheelchair user. And when this happened to me, I was presented with a lot of thoughts of how I should live as a disabled person. Um, but I didn't want to give up this thing that I had dedicated my life to, most of my adult life to. So I decided I was going to continue playing music in this DIY community. The problem was when I re entered the community, I began realizing how inaccessible it was. And it was really, I don't know, I guess I could say I was ashamed in a way, because in this community, we had spent a lot of our time raising the voice of people that were marginalized, but I never thought about disabled people, which was strange to me because my mother was disabled. So I thought, what didn't I not think of that? And that made me realize that it is really, truly, you have to experience being disabled to understand how you are prevented, what obstacles you have to be a part of the world in the way you want. So, after I'd been excluded over and over again in this community that I had helped create with other people, I became so frustrated. And I came up with the name DIY Abled. And I didn't really know what I wanted to do with it yet. It was around 2012. I had come up with the name. I just thought it was a cool name. And I was going to, like I always do, I'm a creative person. So I come up with ideas and I feel, things just kind of flesh themselves out with time. So I came up with the name. And then in 2014, I lived in North Carolina. I still live in North Carolina. In 2014, a bathroom bill was passed that was saying trans people could not use a bathroom with the new gender they identified with, that they could only use the bathroom with the gender they were born with. And while I of course empathize with that, because I think anybody should be able to use any bathroom they want regardless of how they identify, I also was not I was also couldn't, as a disabled person, when I had the experience of not having access to a bathroom in all the venues I played and all the things I participated in, I didn't have access to bathrooms, and people didn't really, I don't know, it seemed like people didn't really care. And so when I watched this community get really angry about their bathroom rights and all their allies sharing that anger with them, I thought, if we're going to push bathroom rights, then disabled people need to be part of that conversation. So that's when I started going out to the DIY communities that I had access to and started speaking about that. And as as time went by, I realized, I don't know, I just started realizing how little people knew about the American Disability Act, but some people just didn't even know about it even existing. And so I realized I needed to start educating the entire community that I was a part of, not just one section of the community, because I do strongly believe when disabled people are more and more present in their communities, that's when the community is going to start providing a space for them. And it is the DIY mindset that has helped me realize that. So I do strongly believe that if you are disabled and you actually have that privilege and ability to be a part of the community, in the way non-disabled people are part of the community, you should definitely let your presence known there. And if it's not accessible, you should definitely let it known that it is not accessible to you and why, and how people can make it accessible. Now, I'm sorry, I took notes. I wrote, and I apologize because knew I was doing this, but I got a lot of things that happened this month, so I wasn't able to prepare for it as well as I'd like to. So I wrote out my notes over these last couple of days. So I'm kind of stumbling a little bit, and I apologize for that. But anyway, so I think of the tools that we had, that the tools we used as underrepresented people that we used before the internet and social media existed. And the way we did that was by making flyers, making zines, which, if you don't know what a zine is, it is a self-published magazine essentially, and it's very popular still today. And it's a way for people to share anything they want, ideas, their art, their experience as underrepresented people, and more, and everybody, it's available to everyone. So yeah, that's the zines. And then I was in a band, and as an Indian and a woman, I felt I was representing those people by being in the band and being visibly seen by people. But when I became disabled, I thought it would be the same, but it wasn't. For some reason, people just didn't understand that when a stage isn't accessible and I have to transfer and kind of crawl back into my wheelchair to perform, people would come and say to me, "Oh, that's so great. Your band is so great. You're inspiring me. You're disabled and doing that." And not one person saying, shouldn't they make the stage accessible so you don't have to do that, so you can just perform and not have to crawl onto a stage? So that's when I realized people just weren't understanding how to include disabled people and how they should think about disabled people being part of that community. So that's when I started speaking out. So we had these tools that we use, flyering, making zines, but then the internet came, and I was older, so I kind of pushed the internet and emails and social media. I kind of kept it at a distance. But then the pandemic hit in 2020, and that's when I started going to Zoom meetings or other video chat meetings, and meeting other disabled people and learning about their experiences, and then realizing that the internet and social media was actually a community for disabled people to gather, because there is no disabled community where all disabled people live together, whereas opposed to race, you do have, due to, not due to choosing, but a lot of people of the same races live in the same community and therefore are in contact with each other. But when you're disabled, you don't really have that. But online and social media, these communities are created because it is for some disabled people, that is the only way they can interact with other people or be a part of something. So when the 2020 pandemic hit, disabled people were excited, but very frustrated and infuriated, because we watched the world shift and accommodate every single person in the world. And this is something disabled people had been asking for decades and decades. But the world said, no, it's too difficult to do that. We can't do that for you. So when you watch a whole group of people being accommodated because because for the safety of the communities, because we don't want people to catch a virus and get sick and perhaps die or create more disabilities within their bodies. To watch the world shift like that so quickly, like within a month, I'm going to say even quicker. It was very frustrating to watch that. So that's when I realized I need to speak out and really use all these tools that the internet allows us, social media, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. I will say I do not have the mental capacity to use every single platform that is available, but I do use Instagram a lot. But I also learned during the pandemic when I started meeting other disabled people and learning their experiences, I realized people don't process information in the same way, that humans need to have ideas presented to them differently. So while social media would work for a certain person with their cognitive abilities, that zines and speaking to people in person were also ways that you could spread, get your ideas amplified and out there. Um, but during the pandemic, the internet and social media were really amazing. And it was, I feel it was a real push for the disabled community because everybody was on it. It wasn't only disabled people, it was every single person that couldn't leave their house, couldn't go to work, couldn't live life the way they normally live life. They turned to the internet and social media, and in that in that happening, it actually gave not all only disabled people, all marginalized people a voice that was being amplified through those platforms. So so yeah, watching all of this happen, that's when I just decided that we needed to I needed to inform my community, and however I did it, whether it was through the internet or in person, I needed to inform them how they can truly be inclusive to everybody in that community. And so I'm going to share some of the things I tell people. One of the things I say is be transparent. Do not, when you put things on social media through photographing, I am a photographer. That is my original medium of art. And I do know through photographs, you can really give people the idea of what a space is like, and it's not reality. So, that being said, when you're presenting your space on social media or on the internet, be transparent about your accessibility. Don't be ashamed that you are not ADA compliant, and don't be ashamed that you might have inaccessible accessibility that exists in your space or venue. When you are transparent, that is how you are including disabled people. So every post that you write about a show, an art show, some product you're selling in your business, classes, everything, be transparent about your accessibility. Second, along with the transparency, include however you do it, include that you are not completely accessible, and put a contact, whether it's an email, a phone number, or on social media. You could say DM me if you want to know about accommodations for this event. It's so easy with the internet. This has become easy. It's not extra work. And copy and paste is a great way to it. Like a lot of people have told me they don't have time, but I don't think that's very truthful, or people are not thinking how they can save their self time. Copy and paste, it's on every program. So you leave that accessibility accommodations stuff, copy and paste it along with everything else you write about your event, business, or space, however you're getting that out there. So copy and paste that information. um uh and yeah, and that is also how you're being inclusive to everybody in your community, because if someone has a disabled friend or parent or something and they want to bring them there, inform them so they can easily contact you, easily find out the accessibility, and figure out how they can take part participate in whatever you're offering. So let's see. And so if you have an ADA compliant place, it's still important to give a contact information because disability is diverse. There is not one kind of disability. And what the ADA does is it gives you general rules and measurements and things of how you make a space disabled for people, a general idea of how you can accommodate disabled people. But there's always going to be a person with a disability that you may not have thought of. It may not be included in the ADA laws of how you accommodate that person. So that being said, if you are ADA compliant, still provide the contact and still say, if you are worried about your accommodations, please contact us. Be welcoming, be open. Don't make disabled people feel like they are a burden to you, because they aren't. Because they are often going to support your venue, pay money for whatever you're offering, and all kinds of things. You're going to interact and learn a different perspective of another human being, which is a strength we have. These differences are strength. And while they do lead to conflict at times, we need to push past that conflict and try to bring people into our communities that will strengthen it by giving their perspectives and sharing how we can make things more accessible. Because when we make things more accessible for disabled people, we are making things accessible to our entire community. We are accommodating everyone. So if a woman is pregnant, disability accommodations are going to work for a woman that's pregnant. Or if you're a parent with a stroller and you want to walk with your child to the grocery store, those disability accommodations are going to make that accommodations for parents who have to use a stroller or a carriage. I can't think of other examples, but those are two very important examples of how, well, here's another example. So aging, as we age, disabled people and non-disabled people are going to experience things because that is just part of aging. You are going to experience disability. It may not be as severe as mine, but it will be something you'll experience. So why not create a community that is accommodating to the aging, people that have worked their entire lives to retire and enjoy life as an older person. And when those accommodations are in place, then we are showing respect for these elders that have helped create a life for us, the younger generation. So I think that accommodating that group of people is very important. Let's see. The other reason I think it's really important for a community to not focus on the ADA, because it is a law, of course, that says, hey, you need to make your places accessible for disabled people so they can access education, a workplace, a place to live, like every other food to eat, like every other human being, but also access being social and being around other people. It's important because it prevents depression and, not to bring it down, but suicide as well. Like, it's very high in the disabled community. So it's something that's very important to do. And the reason I think we need to focus on community is because when people in your community meet you and they realize you're disabled, they're going to and they like you as a person and you're disabled, they're going to want to include you. And when they realize something is not accessible, they are going to want to make it accessible for you. And then when that happens, then you have a community that is ready to vote for a politician that is talking about accessibility. And then that politician gets elected, and then they will work on laws to give you the right to have, to push for more rights for you as a disabled person to be a part of that community. So that is why I think the community is so important. Even though we have the ADA, it is something in our back pocket to hold on to, because you can say, hey, this is my right to have captions, this is my right to have a ramp, this is my right to have a curb cut, but this is my right to have an accessible bathroom. But there is no ADA police, so no one's going to come in and arrest someone that's not doing that. So you're just going to have to work on your community to make them understand how important it is to have someone like you in their community be a part of it. And and that's really all I have to say about all of this. But if you want to learn more about my work, I'm going to be transparent. Instagram, I post on Instagram a lot. It's just easier for me mentally. I work on a lot of things and I just share it all on Instagram. I do have a website, but I will be honest, I don't post on it. I don't update it as much as I should, but there you can get links to playlists where if you don't use Instagram, I do have a YouTube channel where you can see all the video and artwork I do. Excuse me, video and artwork I do. And then I'm going to try this year to start posting all of that work on my website as well for people that don't want to use social media and YouTube and stuff like that. And I apologize that I haven't gotten to that yet, but I am one person, so you need to forgive me. And that's what we all learn from disability. We are all human. Disability is a human experience. And like being born and dying, you will be disabled in some way, and it is part of the human experience. And so, that being said, when you're being human, you need to forgive other people for not getting everything all on, I want to make things accessible, but I also am one person and don't have the capacity to do so. So if you're out there and you want to volunteer for DIY Able, please contact me through my website or through the Instagram DM, and I will find something for you to do. But thank you so much for A11 A11y. Oh my God. Thank you so much for A11y for letting me be part of this conference. I really love the work everyone, Mariana and Adriana do. And I think it's so great for our community to have something like this.
Thank you so much, Priya.
You're welcome.
And thank you. If you want to share your website in the chat,
oh yeah,
it'd be great, or share it. You want to say it out loud and
yeah, it's DIYabled.com, but I am going to write it in the chat because I do know some people like reading things better. And my Instagram is at DIYabled. You could pretty much find me anywhere at DIYabled. So I made that part easy. The website is DIYabled.com.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
One of the things I wanted to say, Priya, is that if there's one thing that I've learned about being an advocate, is that sometimes it's okay to rest, and that you don't always have to be online. You don't always have to be present. And sometimes it's enough to just exist and to come and do these talks and these presentations, really documenting this journey. It doesn't have to be a certain thing for it to be just as significant. So it really means a lot to have you here. I think you have a lot of expertise to share, and it doesn't always have to mean being online.
Yeah, exactly. I think being in person and being online are it's like we need to be exist in every format however we can, whenever we can. So, and that's the one thing I feel like we've all learned during these past 3 years being disabled during the pandemic, having to find different ways to do things. I feel it's really connected the disabled community a lot. So, I'm very happy about that.
We're very happy to have you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. And y'all, I mean, I don't know. Is there any questions? I don't know. What should I do?
Well, we're at time, so I am
Oh,
gonna.
yeah, that's what I figured. Okay, so
I am gonna put you down backstage. If you could stay a couple minutes until your video is completely uploaded, that would be great. But thank you again, and we have to move on to our next speaker.
Oh, yeah, go for it. I will wait. Can I? How will I know?
I think there's a thing on the right side where it says recording.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.
And up in the stage next, we have the one, the only Meryl Evans. Hello, Meryl. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. Mariella, great to see you. And Adriana, thank you for having me. Oh, this is Meryl speaking.
I am so happy to see you here today. This definitely is a presentation that I have been looking forward to all week. All week. I love the mentality of progress over perfection. I think it's such a yes. I actually have it. Wait, where's my computer? No, not this one. I have it in my other computer. I have your T-shirt. I wanted to switch over during the break, but such is life. But anyway, Meryl, the stage is yours. Let's do this.
I'm just getting my file online. I'm not used to this setup. So I'm grabbing it. All right. StreamYard is processing the slides. I thought I would be sharing my screen, but I guess not. Oh, here it is. Okay. Steve is showing up all right. Howdy, I'm Meryl. Pronoun she, her. I am a pale native Texan with brown curly hair, wearing a proudly over perfection shirt with the accessibility icon in the O up over. And the background is just a dark beige room divider. Yes, that tunnel in the image of me, give or take a few decades ago, where I'm holding an umbrella and wearing a red and white checkered dress, sporting a vintage hearing aid on my chest, and cords that connect to my earpieces to the hearing aid. As you may have figured out from my accent that hails from nowhere you can travel. I was born hearing free, aka profoundly deaf. To listen, I rely on the breathing in my bionic ear. To echo my fabulous friend Cheyenne Horn, who spoke earlier, I am proud to be disabled. This why accessibility matters. Since you're attending the conference, you most likely already know accessibility matters. However, you may be struggling to get support for accessibility, or you feel like you're not in the right role to make a difference. It doesn't matter what role you're in. Every action you take helps. It may be small and slow progress. It's a start. And it's always better than doing nothing and hoping someone else does something. Of course, accessibility is a human right, but this isn't enough to convince the decision makers. Accessibility supporters often quote the statistic of how many people live with a disability. This is not enough for many decision makers. If companies don't want to fall behind their competitors, then they'll want to prioritize accessibility. For one thing, Forrester found 8 in 10 companies are working to achieve digital accessibility. Now, when you add people with disabilities, their friends, their coworkers, and their family, it turns out disability touches 73% of customers. The disability market controls over $13 trillion in disposable income, according to Return on Disability. It's hard to fathom what $13 trillion means. Imagine this market has enough money to buy 13,000 boxes of Girl Scout cookies for every single person in the United States. That's a lot of thin mints, y'all. And then there's this. Here's the 3 curves with a bunch of dots in a rectangle. This is called a curb cut. Most of you probably know all about them. But just in case, the initial purpose of the curb cut was to provide a ramp to allow wheelchairs to cross the street. The curb cut ended up helping a lot more people. Parents pushing strollers, travelers pulling luggage, shoppers pushing carts, and workers carrying heavy loads. Making your products, services, and content accessible will have a curb cut effect. Captions are a great example of that. 80% of the people who use captions are not deaf or hard of hearing. Many accessibility supporters open the conversation talking about how many people live with a disability. Even though 1 out of every 4 American adults has some kind of disability, decision makers believe it doesn't impact them. Remember the curb cut effect. It shows the value of making everything accessible. And someone already asked 80% of the people who use captions. The data comes from Ofcom, O-F-C-O-M. Now, some people, accessibility is for everyone, not just those with a permanent disability. Now, some people with disabilities and accessibility supporters say promoting accessibility for everyone is ableist. They believe it takes away from the lived experience of people with disabilities. They think inclusive design for everyone waters down accessibility as a disability right. Let me ask y'all this. Do you want more accessibility out there? Or do you want to push accessibility as a human right, as a disability right? We have to consider how decision makers think. Accessibility as a disability right is not going to convince them. That's reality. But telling them more people will use their products because they're born accessible will convince them. More users means more money. With that said, Let's look at examples of how we can show accessibility reaches a bigger audience than what decision makers think. A person can become temporarily impaired. While playing tennis, I tore a ligament in my thumb. I couldn't use my thumb for weeks. Boy, did I just learn how much a thumb could do, and I couldn't type for weeks. Here's a scenario that can happen to anyone. I was reading an article, and I felt like I had to reread it so many times. I could not absorb it because my brain was fried after a busy day. This happens to all of us when we're tired, stressed, not sleeping well, or in a distracting environment. All of these can cause temporary impairment, and they happen every day. Anyone can become situationally impaired. For instance, a lot of people struggle to hear others in a noisy setting. It's also important to recognize episodic impairment and disability. Now, that is different from temporary impairment because it can strike at any time. They may last a few minutes, a few hours, a few days. Episodic disabilities include migraine, asthma, vertigo, and arthritis. It changes how you interact with the world. Finally, all of us have something in common. Nobody found the fountain of youth yet, so we're all getting older. The longer we live, the greater chance we'll experience a new disability. That's why people with disabilities are the largest group in the world, and it's one that anyone can join at any time. Accessibility matters because it gives everyone equal access regardless of their circumstances. Accessibility matters because it gives people choices. And this is a picture of it that says accessibility for everyone with rainbow, a sun, stars, and hearts. Accessibility isn't just the design and production team's job. It's everyone's job. I believe the biggest root cause of inaccessibility is the lack of education and awareness. Schools and colleges need to cover accessibility. Organizations need to train employees on accessibility and disability awareness. An organization needs to bake accessibility into every department and phase of its processes. And all teams need to have accessibility checklists. You may know a recipe by heart, but without the recipe, you run the risk of forgetting an ingredient. Checklists prevent that. Of course, accessibility and compliance are more than checklists. There is no substitute for getting user feedback. That's why it's so important to involve people with disabilities throughout the product development process. Better yet, hire people with disabilities and give them the tools to thrive. That's why I don't say nothing about us without us. I say nothing without us, period. People feel overwhelmed in getting started and making accessibility into an organization culture and creating a place where employees with disabilities feel included and supported. It's daunting. Which is why I preach a progress over perfection approach to accessibility and disability inclusion. Take the first step. It doesn't have to be big. Sometimes it'll be small steps, other times big ones. It means educating, not berating. It means forgiving mistakes and being flexible. And we can always use more kindness. When it comes to accessibility, I encourage focusing on progress over perfection. So don't wait until you get the website, product, or whatever is just right. Don't wait until you launch something. Progress is not always a straight line, as this image shows 3 rows of circles showing different amounts of progress. Sometimes you go backwards. The key is to keep moving. The cartoon from Michael G. and Greco and Kevin Rural is a perfect example of progress over perfection. It has two panels. The top panel shows two people. One has two large stacks of books next to them, and the other person says, "Are we ready to include students with more severe disabilities in regular class?" The second person says, "As soon as I finish reading these books on inclusion and draft our long-range plan, we should be ready in 7 or 8 years." The bottom panel has two people facing each other. One person says, "I'm sure glad we got started including and supporting all of our students in regular classes." The other person replies, "Me too. I know we learned things along the way from our successes and mistakes." The tagline under the cartoon reads, "A tale of two schools." Instead of waiting on someone else to do something, get started and learn from the successes and mistakes. Again, sometimes we'll take a step back, and that's okay. It doesn't mean progress has stopped. Progress is not always a straight line. And as Priya mentioned earlier, sometimes you have to take a break. You have to rest so you can continue on your journey and stay the course. Besides, you'll eventually run into, as Christopher Patno says, the accessibility paradox, as I like to call Schrodinger's A11y cat. Even though the conference is called A11y Conference, not everyone knows the story behind A11y. It's a mnemonium. That means it's a number-based word. There are 11 letters between A and Y. Back to Schrodinger's alley cat. What does that mean? It means that something you do for accessibility could create an accessibility problem for someone else. These two cats represent the simplest example, as one cat is black with a white outline and the other is white with a representing. So these are representing light and dark mode. For different reasons, some people struggle with the brightness of white. I thought to myself, okay, I'll make all my content in dark mode. Then I learned from a friend that dark mode does not work for them because of a specific disability. That's why customization is always a great option. Give people choices. Yes, I know my slides are dark. Unfortunately, I can't give people a choice here. Think of accessibility as a journey with no finish line. This perspective makes things easier knowing it'll be part of your business every day. When it comes to the topic of disability and accessibility, some people with disabilities or supporters come across as angry. This can happen for different reasons. If you've been the subject of that anger, you may have been the first person they've talked to in your company. Everyone else ignored them. Or maybe they've spent hours on the phone or in a chat with customer support to no avail, or they've been through too much with their lived experiences. Think about it. Here's a single call. You're driving 5 minutes away to go vote like I did yesterday. Well, you start to notice a backup. Now we have 4 cars, bumper to bumper. Your 5-minute drive turned into an unexpected 45-minute drive. How do you think you'll feel? I know I'll be grimacing like the emoji. Or a 20-minute phone call turned into a 2-hour chat. This happened to my spouse as the company phone system malfunctioned. By the time the person reaches you, they may be at the end of the rope. It may not be any of them. A few people sound happy in all of their interaction. That's just the way they are. When someone gets called out, they might decide, well, if this is how people are going to respond, then I'm not going to bother with accessibility. What's the point? I know an accessibility leader who adds alt text to their social media posts. One day, I was shocked to see new photos had 0 alt text. What did I do about it? Nothing. I don't know what's going on in that person's life. Bad day, multitasking and missed it, bad headache. Everyone has their own focus on accessibility, including people with a disability. Like one deaf person who captioned a lot using bad captioning practices, such as all caps, different sizes, animation. I don't say anything to them about it. No, I celebrate they intentionally added accurate caption when so many don't. They don't let automatic caption do all the work. Here's the Stranger Things logo. It's red on black background. They got raised for the caption, especially after season 4. But I was struggling with them. I felt like it was the caption show, and it affected my viewing experience. When I gave feedback, I approached it with the fact it had great caption. Here's what they do wrong. Here are a couple of ways they can improve and take it to the next level. And it was well received. And I didn't have a heartburn and fear of how they'd react. Which is why I preach progress over perfection. It's kinder. People respond better. They're more likely to keep trying. The illustration shows the teacher at a chalkboard educating. And there's the person who's mad. Educate. Don't berate. And here's a very good example of backlash that didn't have to happen. A self-employed person with a disability posted how excited they were to add an accessibility tool to their website to make it accessible. They thought it was a quick and easy first step towards accessibility, a very progress over perfection attitude. It didn't take long before the backlash started in the comments. In spite of the backlash, the person removed the tool. They simply didn't know it doesn't work. Amazingly enough, they edited their post to change their stance. They admitted their mistake. The person did not deserve the backlash. They simply needed an education. Once they learned, they fixed it and admitted their mistake multiple times, but it doesn't erase that horrible feeling that comes from reading all the comments. It's not easy to shake it off. I've been the subject of it. I always add an image description. Well, one image slipped through scot-free, or rather, alt text-free, and someone jumped on me. Despite making it a habit to add image description, sometimes I get distracted or I'm plumb tired and skip a step. Look, I was already mad at myself. These replies piled on and they make me angry too. It can take me days to get over a nasty gram. I apologize and fix it. Firstly, I will fix things because regardless of someone's attitude, because I care about accessibility. But they may not be lucky with the next 10 people who don't even think about accessibility. And it could have the opposite effect. I wouldn't feel awful if people who caught my mistake said something like, "Hey, Mio, you forgot the alt text." Or if they don't know me and my accessibility background, "Hey, Mio, in case you didn't know, adding alt text helps those using screen readers. It'd be great if you were added." Please educate, don't berate. Try it first and see what happens. You might just find yourself a new ally. So how can we better advocate and communicate? How can we use our megaphone to advocate? I just gave an example of Stranger Things. I used this approach when I saw my friend Kim Bodwine caption on a video. He appreciated my approach and described why it worked. Here's my feedback to him. "Hi, Kim. Thanks for publishing the 360-degree accessibility club. gratitude. I show gratitude. One tip, the color karaoke style captions are painful. I cannot read the caption, sorry, suggestion, but I'll stop there. I cannot read the caption because my eyes are following the color instead of reading the word. Explanation. I hope you will consider using this. Stuff clothes, that's a sales term. I ended on a high note. Kim said the message wasn't snooky or mean. There was no shaming or blaming. He also said that when you need to educate or correct someone on accessibility, strive to understand that the person creating the barrier is most likely not aware. They don't think about accessibility every day like we do. The photo shows me wearing a black jacket over a red shirt with the progress over perfection and an accessibility icon in the over. Creating a culture inclusive of people with disabilities and accessibility is an ongoing journey. Accessibility is everyone's job, and it takes time to learn and bake into your processing. Don't stress over perfection. Focus on progress. You'll be rewarded so many ways. It is rewarding, and it takes all of us to make it happen. Remember, progress over perfection. Make progress every day. Thank you to Mariella and Adriana for having me at A11y Conference. And this slide has a big QR code if you want to scan it and connect with me.
Coming back up. Okay.
Thank you, Meryl. That was
Meryl, that was phenomenal. I mean, Giselle, hearing you talk, I have been following you since I remember the first time I saw a post that you had made. It was a post, I think you had just gotten your Peloton bike or something. And somebody had said, hey, you should really check out this influencer. She's talking about captioning on Peloton. And since then, I have had the opportunity to connect with you in real life a few times, had access you at the New York Tech accessibility meetup. Work with you on projects has been so amazing to learn from you, and I hope that others in the community learned from you as much as I have over the last few years. So thank you for being here. We do have some room for questions. So let me look at the comments. We got a message from Caroline. Is Meryl sharing slides somewhere else? And if so, can you please share a link? Thanks.
Well, that was earlier when I had the wrong screen up. So she had shared both her presentation screen and the presenter screen, and I accidentally shared the wrong screen. So that was fixed right after that.
Awesome. And the second thing also from Caroline is, where is the 80% of people who use captions not being deaf or hard of hearing come from? I think that was a fascinating statistics. Can you tell us more about that?
This is Meryl. So I replied that it comes from Ofcom or FCOM. If you go to the page, I think it's 2015, it won't stay 8 out of 10. They used a number, and it was not plain English. So it was simpler to say 80%. If you do the math, it'll come out to 80%.
Okay, awesome. Do we have any additional questions for Meryl Evans while we have her here? I do have a question for you, Meryl. One of the things that you talk a lot about is progress over perfection. And I will tell you the story of Adriana and I, which you know, but I'll share it with our audience members who may be hearing it for the first time. So one of the big challenges we had when we were putting together this conference was making sure that we didn't do a conference about accessibility that wasn't accessible. So we needed to be very intentional. And you actually came to one of our planning meetings. And Adriana and I were having a very heated conversation because I wanted to move forward with the captioning. And I was all about, let's get the videos out. Let's add automatic captioning. We need to get it out. And Adriana pushed back, no, we need to make it accessible. The captioning needs to be accurate. Ultimately, we were very lucky for you because you made an introduction to one of our sponsors for this year, 3Play Media. And we are so grateful for that introduction and for that connection. And 3Play Media is supporting us, and we are going to be using their services to caption all of our promotional videos. We actually have your promotional video, and I loved it, and I wish we had shared before the conference. But all this to say, Meryl, one of the things that I feel is frustration because I wanted to get those videos that we didn't do the promotion I envisioned for this conference quickly enough because it took too long for us to get the captions done. The website crashed. We had issues with editing. So, what advice will you tell to our audiences who deal with those similar frustrations? How do we find that balance between progress, not perfection, when we're doing things like captioning? Something as simple as captioning.
I actually did a post on this on how to do progress over perfection in terms of caption. So step one is the add caption. That's the easiest step. Step two, you may be using automatic caption. At least you're getting step one done. You're getting them there. Then step two will be edit those automatic caption and so on. And then eventually, depending if you're using open caption or closed caption, if you're using closed caption, that does not apply. But step three was to get better at your captioning choices because so many Hormozy videos are out there and they're so distracting, and I can't get the message because they use animation, they use color, they use all caps, and I don't know what they're saying. And the most important thing is the message. So captions should be boring, and accessible caption take a lot more work to create than boring caption.
I love that. I love that. And I really think we actually had another speaker. I don't know if you've had the pleasure of meeting her yet, Sam Kelly. And Sam Kelly was talking about how really, as you're creating content, it's important for you to be realistic about the time that is needed to create the content that you want, the quality that you want it. And if anything, this entire production has made me realize that maybe what we need to do is replay this, like actually do the promotional video, take our time, and then maybe show these videos again after we have edited them, after we have taken the time, and maybe have that be a viewing party that is like truly accessible. But anyway, I think these are things that Adriana and I will continue to think about as we use those videos, because we will be using those caption promotional videos. But anyway, Meryl, thank you so much for that. I noticed that there is another question in the chat, and I want to know if we have time.
We do not. We do not have time.
Unfortunately, we do not. Hold on.
I have to crack the whip here. Ariella likes to go off on tangents. We need to keep with time. Everyone's time is valuable.
All right. So, Meryl, if you can hand back and answer that one question in the chat, that would be lovely. It was so thrilling to see you today. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Meryl. Bye. All right. We are ready.
We are
an amazing panel right now. Once we get our videos reorganized here. There we go. Who's dragging videos? Thank you. Let's do. All right. So here we are. I am so excited about this panel. I think so many people have been waiting for this panel, as well as the panel earlier today that Dr. Funnen just finished with Nathan. Before we move on, though, I wanted to announce that Nathan did write in the chat that anyone who wants to join the men's webinar, they can use the code A11y at checkout. So just wanted to add that. But anyway, Mariella, take it away.
Fabulous. Thank you so much, Adriana, Keith, Michelle, Thomas. It is absolutely lovely to see all of you and to share with you in this panel. So my name is Mariella. I've had the pleasure of meeting you, Michelle, in an earlier panel. So I am the founder of Project Hearing, and I am also the co-founder of the A11y Conference. In addition to that, I am the advocacy and social media manager for Audio Eye. And my audio description, I am a Hispanic woman. I have long black hair. I am wearing a black shirt with white letters that says the future is accessible. And I am in my home office with some bright artwork behind me. And my preferred gender pronouns are she and hers. I'm going to pass it along to my colleague, Adriana, and then we'll pass it along to our panelists who will introduce themselves. Adriana?
Yeah, so I'm Adriana Malazi, she, her pronouns. I am a white female with short, dark hair with some silvers in it, power wheelchair, virtual background of a living room. And yeah, let's move on to Keith.
Hello, my name is Keith Jones. I'm an African American male wearing glasses and a blue shirt in a neutral basement. My pronouns are he, him, his. I am the president and CEO of Soul Touch and Experiences, LLC, and a father of 4. And I will pass it to Michelle.
Thank you, Keith. Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Michelle Finan. I am a board-certified clinical sexologist and a licensed mental health counselor. I'm in private practice in not so sunny Florida right now. It's raining. And my preferred pronouns are she and her. I am married and a mother of 2. And I'll pass the mic to you, Thomas.
Thank you, Michelle. Hey, everybody, I'm Thomas Reed. I'm a brown-skinned black man with a smooth-shaven bald head, full, neat beard with a little bit of salt and pepper. And I'm wearing dark shades and a bluish button-up shirt in my vocal booth in my home in the Poconos. And I am a father of 2 beautiful grown daughters. And I'm married and my husband as well. And I'm also the host and producer of a podcast called Read My Mind Radio. And I'm excited to be here. Let's get it.
Let's get it. All righty. So I am incredibly excited about this panel because my husband and I, we do not have children yet. And it is something that we have been in conversations on. I also recognize that for me, as someone with a hearing disability, I struggle a lot with anxiety in the sense that, for example, I had my first panic attack a few years ago while in a corn maze with my best friend, her partner, and my partner. And I suddenly freaked out because the first thought that went in my head was, what if my hearing battery dies? And I had never experienced anything like that. And I just went into panic. And I was just like, oh my God, I'm in a corn maze. My hearing battery could die. I wouldn't be able to communicate with people. And it just, spiraled. Luckily, I was with my friend who is very familiar with people with psychological conditions. And she recognized it right away, got me to a safe place, and just reminded me, you're with 3 people that really love and care about you. and that cooled me down. But it was a very shocking experience for me, and it really made me look at my own anxieties and insecurities and fears about parenthood. Um, so it is very important for me to connect with people that have been there, done that, and did the thing. And I'm just very excited to. I guess I'll start with the hard question. But what has it been like being a parent with a disability, and what are some of the things that you struggle with? I'll start with you, Keith.
Oh, of course. Well, then, this is Keith speaking. What are some of the hard parts, and what do we struggle with? I think the hardest part of parenting, outside of never getting any sleep, um, literally, I mean, there's the actual physical raising of another human, the emotional investment, the worry, the wanting to make sure that they're safe emotionally, socially, physically, and all those things, and wrap them in bubble wrap before you send them out into the world. Um, as a parent with a disability, there's the additional subset of you are dealing with people questioning your ability to do such things. And if you're a person of a different ethnic status, it gets even more to your point, anxiety inducing. I think the challenges for me as a Black father raising Black kids in America, it's having that talk with my son, whose mother's white, and having to explain to him that as much as I see him as himself, the world will see him in two different ways. Explaining to my Black daughters that the stuff that grows out of their head is perfectly fine, but explaining to them that the world will try to make it complicated. So the challenges um, of having a disability actually are secondary to just being able to prepare these kids for the realities while still instilling in them joy, hope. Your dreams are as big as the universe could ever be, and to pursue that. So those are some of the challenges.
This is Michelle speaking. Thank you, Keith. I can definitely appreciate all of that. For my disability, it can be inherited. And so that was a big part of the conversation that my husband and I had, was just like basically me preparing him, like, are you ready for this 50-50 chance though? And so once he proved that he was, we went forward, and both of my children ended up inheriting my brittle bone disease. So I found that what was really interesting about that was I had to deal with a lot of shame and guilt and feeling extremely responsible for inviting them to this disabled life party that we're a part of. And what has been really magical about that is it gave me such an opportunity for healing. I myself am a therapist, but I really didn't work much on myself, and that gave me a reason to do so. And also now they're 8 and 5, and they're able to have open conversations with me about disability and their experience. And it's just, I mean, even literally just yesterday, my 8-year-old was saying, when I have kids, I hope they have OI too, which to me, giving this to them was like the worst thing I could have possibly done. And here she is saying, no, this is something that she sees as like uniting the girls of the family. And so it's just interesting, the healing that I've been able to get around that. And I think that that is a part of it when it's a disability that can be passed on.
Wow. I relate so much to both Keith and Michelle, but I'll come at it from a different perspective, because my blindness is ultimately because of a genetic disease that I had as a child. But I became blind as an adult. And so there's a little difference in the experiences there. So for me, Mariella, I had a sort of a similar event in my life to what you described in the beginning, where after I became blind, I remember this time it was very soon after I just came home from the hospital after a surgery to remove my right eye. My left eye was removed as a child. And I was, soon back, I think I was waking up from a nap, and I heard my daughter, my older daughter, who was 6 at the time, and my nieces in our driveway, and they were screaming, and I woke up and I ran to ask somebody, "Hey, what's going on?" But they were just playing. They're little girls, right? They were just playing. But I was struck at that time, like, what do I do? What can I do to where before, if there was a problem, I think I was at a point in my life where I felt comfortable that I will be able to take care of that problem. And maybe that's a little machismo. I ain't gonna lie. Okay. But that's how I felt. And at that time I was struck with this whole thing. Like, what would I do? What can I do for my children? And so my daughter, my oldest, was 6, and I had a newborn. She was just a couple of months old, 2 months old at the time. And so that was, that's a real thing. What is my life going to be like raising these 2 little girls? And there was a lot of fear around that for me. And some of the immediate things, I think, in terms of some of the issues that I face, well, there was a communication difference between me and my oldest daughter. She was used to coming to me to say, "Daddy, I need help with this homework," passing me the homework, and then I help her. Daddy can't see the homework now. Daddy didn't have any accessible way to get that information to help her and make it easier. So I had to ask her certain things. And she's like, "Why are you asking me? I need your help." And it was just really frustrating because that's not what she was used to. She wasn't doing anything wrong, but that wasn't what she was used to. And the school wasn't sending me accessible things. I didn't even know to ask for that, and they didn't have it. But so there was so many of those challenges, and the difference between that and then when my youngest daughter became of age to go to school, where this was all she knew. She was used to working with me, and us working together, and our communication and giving visual information and doing all of that. Like, that's the way she grew up. So there was all these differences, but the end result is, like I said in the beginning, I have 2 beautiful daughters, intelligent daughters. And I think they were raised beautifully. And to anybody, I would always say, I think it works out. I absolutely think it works out. You learn as you go. And I would encourage you to keep that in mind, Mariella, and anybody else.
Keith, you said earlier that, and somebody pointed it out, Nathan, Todd pointed out, the challenges of disability are secondary to the parenting challenges. Such a powerful statement. And it is, indeed it is. And so I would love to touch a little bit more on that by asking, how do you say that society's attitudes towards disability affect your experience parenting?
How did society's attitudes towards my ability? Well, there's the internal and the external. So for context, again, this is Keith speaking. I'm the generation pre-ADA. I'm the generation pre-504 and 504. I'm the generation of, I'm 6 when the ugly laws are rescinded. I'm the generation where St. Louis was still, you were black in the city and white in the county. So the construct of American society has always had this leaning on blackness and disability, or non-whiteness and disability. But particularly the reason I say the challenges of parenting or secondary disability is secondary to challenge is because if we have the disability, by the time we making babies, we figured out our own little life hacks on, where do we put stuff if we going this way? How do we maneuver around the house? And then when we bring our life into the world, we adapt those things. So I had no idea what the hell I was going to do, change the baby diapers, until the boys showed up and started figuring out how to change diapers with my feet. But the challenge wasn't that. The challenge was I have a son whose mother's white, whose father's black, in a city in which me wearing a hoodie gets me unalived. So what is that challenge? Is it the challenge, it's okay the baby needs diapers, but a simple stroll to the store can end up with me being on the front page of a newspaper. So the challenges are, how do you psychologically, as a black man or a person who's marginalized, capture your joy to infuse that into your child while still being able to deal with the difficulties of making formula with your feet, wake up, and how do you teach them how to write, teach them how to draw, and then it really got exacerbated, or it was more profound once I had my twin daughters, girls rock. Is that it was that I brought women into this world who, as much as I love them, society may frame them as not having the right to control their own reproductive health. They can't. They won't make the same amount of money for the skill set, even though they're better. So those are the kind of challenges that, when I'm in the house trying to figure out how to grab a bottle without making a mess, or secondary to, I brought this life into a world where just because of their human condition, somebody can make their life difficult. So that's kind of the way I look at it.
Incredible. Should I take the question? Okay.
Go for
And
it.
so it was, how can you repeat it? How society views parenting with a disability?
Absolutely. The question is, how do societal attitudes towards disability affect your experience of parenting?
Such a good question. This is Michelle speaking. Again, kind of going back to how my experience with parenting involved this idea of giving potentially my disability to my children. And I found that, I don't want to say society as a whole, but probably was not okay with that idea. I had quite a few people that were very much so in support of me being a parent, and knew that I would be a good parent. But even within my community of other people who have the same disability as me, there was this belief that we shouldn't pass on this disease to our children if we can avoid it. Now, avoiding that would entail however many thousands of dollars to potentially do in vitro fertilization. It would involve basically a lot of different things and hoops to jump through. And it really just was interesting to experience that side of becoming a parent, because there were people even who had the same disease as me telling me that what I was doing was wrong. And so it really kind of just comes down to not knowing what other people are going through. And when you enter the world of parenting, people are going to want to tell you everything that you're doing wrong. And so I kind of have just been used to doing my own thing, knowing that what felt right and what felt right for my family, of course, within reason. Obviously, I'm not just out there doing whatever I think is right, but I know and I trust myself to make good decisions. And we went forward with becoming parents. And there definitely was that part of me that was like, throwing in the expletives there, because what happened was they both ended up with it. And so it was really just a difficult thing to experience, how what I would say was more like internalized ableism. I was really like experiencing that and realizing what was happening for the first time.
Michelle, did you want to expand on the expletives by any chance? I don't.
I would, but.
So for me, again, I want to make it clear that I'm coming from the perspective of someone who was adjusting to becoming blind, and I make that distinction because that's my experience, not because I'm making any sort of separation at all. I want to make that clear. So for me, one of the things that I first noticed was that society sort of stripped me of my anonymity in a way, the blindness, apparently, according to the way I was treated and my family. So I'll give you another example. There was, we're out and about, and this is just about any time we were out and about, and especially when it was new. It was one time we went back to the Bronx Zoo, and we're being treated like we're on display because everyone would stop and sort of watch me/us. I had my white cane out and we're walking around as a family doing the same thing everybody else is doing, but all the attention is on us. And so it was really, really new. It was really new. And I think it was painful for my oldest daughter, a 6-year-old, who wants to just kind of do what she wants to do, but yet notices that everyone is staring at her and her father. There were times when my wife and I are out together, literally just doing our thing, and waiting online, and people kind of leaning in to hear what are they talking about, watching us every move that we make. And it's like, because I'm blind, really? Is it that interesting? It's to the point where I thought I should have, and I probably should have done this, is to try to seek out sponsorship and wear clothing from folks and get paid for all that attention. You know what I mean? I think it was a missed opportunity. So yeah, for real. So I mean, that is not only disruptive for the family time, not only disruptive for each of us individually, but as a family, because it's uncomfortable. And then we had to have uncomfortable conversations because everyone wants to deal with it differently. And I have to, to say, this is my life, y'all. And I'm going to need my cane. I need to walk out with my cane. I need to do this. And that's hard. That's hard for a family because they just want to be. And so that took some time. It really did take some time. And it still happens, but it's not discussed. Everyone deals with it differently. Quite honestly, it's easiest for me. And I feel bad about that because I don't know what's happening. I don't know they're staring, and I don't care. And they don't tell me about it. And we all just deal with it now. So again, getting back to that, you learn how to deal with it.
Yeah. I wanted to quickly touch upon, so Keith mentioned about having twin daughters, about reproductive rights for women. So this question is for Michelle. Michelle, I know that people with disabilities, especially women with disabilities, are often encouraged to get hysterectomies, to remove their reproductive organs. What was the experience like for you talking to your doctor, saying, hey, my husband and I have decided to have children? What was that like for you?
Well, that conversation didn't happen prior to me being pregnant, but I definitely had quite a few conversations once I was pregnant with my doctors about just the whole experience, because due to my disability, I had to go to different maternal fetal medicine doctors and be monitored more. And so it was interesting having that first conversation with the doctor, because in spite of the fact that, you know, at times I feel like my disability is kind of like an invisible disability. To look at me, some days I am walking without limping from pain and I'm just kind of making my way. Other days I'm maybe using my wheelchair because I'm injured or there's pain. And so it was just interesting that in knowing that I had a diagnosis of OY, the doctor did say that having an abortion was an option that was on the table. Now, of course, this was before everything that we're currently going through. But it was just interesting to me that it was brought up. And of course, being a clinician, I understand that there is that need to educate everyone on all of their options, but there's also a way to say things that this was presented as a very like, perhaps you should do this type of option. So it, you know, in spite of the fact that I was presenting myself as quote unquote able-bodied, like for him to look at me, there really wouldn't have been concern on his radar. But then he, you know, hears of the disability and the potential that my daughter would have it as well, and that was presented to me. So it's interesting. And then I work with people who do have more severe disabilities, and they are really presented with that opportunity of, this is something you need to do and you don't have a choice. And by parents or you know, family members who I have heard are just very against this idea. And I always am just saying, like Thomas said, we figure it out. And I think, and Keith too, I mean, we figure it out. We're changing diapers with our feet, you know, we're making it work. And if we can figure that out for ourselves, we can certainly be fantastic parents, because who better to prepare these children for the wildness that is this world than some creative people who have had to figure it out.
That was just an absolute marvelous kind of consolidation of everything we're talking about, because one of the themes that I keep hearing is that people with disabilities were the original hackers. People with disabilities were the ones that were, you know, figuring this stuff out from the very beginning. I mean, I'm sure all of you have heard about universal design. That Mary just talked about that, but it's really the idea that when we design for one person, we design for everyone. And that's the thing that as a community, as people with disabilities, we continuously do. We figure out how to make things work for us, but in the process, we are also figuring out ways that other people will be able to do that too. So I am just absolutely thrilled to hear from all of you. I want to end our conversation today on a more positive note, because although there are a lot of challenges, we're all working towards figuring out the solutions. We're all doing those things that are going to allow for all of us to live our best lives. And I think it's important to tie into that. So I'm going to ask, what are some of the unique joys of parenting with a disability, and how can we celebrate and appreciate these things? Michelle, I'd love to start with you.
I love the original hacker comment. That is the first time I've actually heard it, and I wrote it down. And so I'm raising two girls who also have disabilities, and seeing the way that they are already creative and not just creative for themselves, but they have really viewed disability as something that makes them who they are in a good way. And I didn't really experience that when I was growing up. And so I would like to think that I have some, I have contributed some of that, but I know that it also comes from the beautiful community of other people who have disabilities that are really a part of our crew, our family. And so that has been a real joy for me. And as I mentioned in the beginning of our discussion, it's really given me healing so that on even a deeper level, I can appreciate my own disability and just what it has brought to my life to enrich it. Because I think we focus a lot on the obstacles that it can create. And so seeing them just be able to overcome obstacles is a real, real joy for me.
Yeah, I could jump in there. For me, I think I go back to a couple of instances. Well, the first one is when my daughter, the youngest, so it was about 3 years into my blindness, and maybe 2, 3 years. Yeah, about 3 years. And I'm in the process of learning Braille, and my youngest daughter, she was comfortable now with her ABCs, and so she and I worked together on my Braille. It was the most fun because I bought Uno cards. And so the Uno cards had the Braille, and then they also have the colors, which she was familiar with her colors. And so we would play Uno. And by the way, she always beat me. And I'm not, I'll be honest. She beat me. She still beat me today. and she would encourage me. So I would have to read my card with Braille. And sometimes she'd check it and she'd say, "Good job, Daddy." Like, to hear that, I mean, that is, we're working together. And she got that because when I tell her, when she did something good, it's good job, baby. She gave me the good job right back. And so that was just something that, that working together and that ability and what she learned from that, what they take away. I don't think it's a surprise that my daughter is right now, my oldest, she's finishing up her master's. Well, she finished up her master's and she's going to be a school psychologist. And she specifically wants to make sure that she is, because of working with kids with disabilities and making sure kids don't get pushed down that prisoner pipeline, school to prisoner pipeline. So like it's not a surprise. It's not a surprise to me. It's not a surprise that my youngest daughter wanted to get involved with audio description, which is one of the things that I do. So she's narrated and she's writing. She's learning to write because she wants to. And that's not a career move for her by all means, but it's something that she enjoys and wants to contribute to, and sees a benefit in that. And whether that be because, similar to when we were playing Uno or whatever, I think it's just something that helped with them just being the cool kids that they are, the cool people that they are. And I'm really proud of that. And if that had to come about through blindness, I see nothing wrong about that. I really don't. I know that might be weird for people who are not in the know to understand, and that's okay. But to me, this is cool. This is really cool. Pass it to Keith. Yeah.
Yeah, this is Keith speaking. The joy is, so I'm gonna brag. So as a girl dad, girls rock. The boy, I love him too, so he can't be mad because he was the first one out the batch. I mean, the joy is just it's the little things, right? It's like there are those moments they have gotten on your last good nerve, and then they remind you that they are miniature you, and you're like, oh my God. And you look at them, or you see them, or you hear them, or you feel them, and there's that sensation that is, this is me. And so that realization that no matter how annoying, how racist, how ableist, how sexist, how misogynist, your kids will always find it weird that the most random things. So you're like, the world is so much better with you in it. And with my kids, with the boy, although he's a man now, so let me be accurate. it was just, one of the stories real quick, just because I know we have to go, is that somebody walked up to him and was like, "Oh my God, it's so wonderful you're taking care of your dad." And without skipping a beat, like, I ain't taking care of him. He the one with the money. He's taking care of him.
That's right.
And I was like, yeah, that's right. That's right. I'm taking care of him. And they have, because they have seen me do things in a different way, they look at the world in its wholeness, or at least in terms of the twins. Being 8 years old, and my daughter was like, "Daddy, why you in the wheelchair?" I was like, "Because I can't walk far." She's like, "All right, you got $5." Like, they literally don't, right? Like, they're not interested in anything beyond just the immediate answer. And can you buy me something? So the teenage, my oldest daughter, you're just seeing them grow and be comfortable in their skin. And at times, like you say in the show, it comes from them learning from us, whether directly or indirectly, that, well, if my daddy's right with his feet, I can't complain. And even when they feel bad and they want to complain, I look at them and be like, "Don't even do it." I got cerebral palsy, so you have no excuses. So, but that's the joy, is just being able to look at the life you created and see the joy and the light in their eyes.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. So final question before we get your final thoughts and words of wisdom from all of you. How can we all, the disability community, allies, how can we be more supportive of parents with disabilities? And I'll start with Thomas.
Cool. Yeah. I think one of the things that I would say is that when we're in this conversation about accessibility, we need to remember parents. I kind of talked about it when I was talking about AD yesterday, how that is the way that I can have conversations with my daughter and watch movies with my family, right? AD. Access is not just about the individual. I think about, I was fortunate, but I really think about the challenges that folks had during the pandemic, disabled parents, in terms of just being able to get accessible information from the schools, right? We think about it from the perspective of the child, of the student, absolutely. But we can't forget the parents who are dealing with and supporting their children. So, make sure we have a really broad view when we think about and talk about accessibility, from all perspectives. That, to me, would be extremely helpful, to continue that conversation.
I'll hop in on that. This is Michelle speaking. And I think that goes back to the whole, the first part here of, like, people with disabilities can have relationships, they can have children, they can be parents. And I think that even within our community, there's some doubts there, there's self-doubt too. And so it's so important for us to support the parents with disabilities, but also the future parents, by saying, having more discussions like this, where we just share our experiences and say, not only, can I do it, but you can do it. And we all support one another. And I love what you said, Thomas, about how we consider the child with the disability. But then when it comes to accessibility, we're not thinking about the parent, because we're not even thinking, oh, there are people with disabilities having kids. And that's a really big topic that I like to shine a spotlight on. So thank you for really doing that today. I'll pass it to you, Keith.
Right. Thank you. This keeps speaking. I think so. I'm gonna just use my own cheesy tagline. It was like cheesy. I'm gonna put it on the T-shirt. We're not a fully realized movement until we're a fully inclusive movement. Meaning, we cannot talk about the injustice facing our country, or even the disability community, without understanding our commonalities. We can have our focuses. We can have our areas of expertise, but it must be rooted in our commonality. The fact that we're still talking about parents with disabilities even having the possibility of being parents in 2023 should show you that people who are in positions of policy making, enforcement, are virtually stupid. Because for me to have to convince you that my humanity is worthy of me to exist shows the level of unintelligence that people have. And for the community that claims to be the disability community, we have to, one, there is no hierarchy of disability. If you can agree that access to services, communication, reproductive rights, healthcare, education, the ability to parent and to get the support with parents. Having worked on those issues where if you're a person with a disability who receives personal care attendant services and then the federal government says, but you can't use them to assist you in feeding your child, or you can't use them to assist you in getting your child dressed. We need to, as a community, acknowledge that it's okay to be different, but the commonalities are what bond us. And that way, as a parent in the future, our kids don't have to worry about whether or not somebody's going to social isolate them because their child has a diagnosis, or they're the parent with the diagnosis, or they're the parent with the very, how your humanity shows up. So hopefully for the disability community, one, we acknowledge that it is a part of our identity and that we have more commonalities than differences. But two, just the joy of parenthood should be accessible and afforded to all those that choose to be those parents.
Yes, sir.
We are exactly at time,
Hey,
and that was on point. I am going to ask each of you before we let you jump from the stage. Do you have any last thoughts, comments, or words of wisdom that you want to share with our audience today? Keith, I'm going to leave you for last. You hold that because I know you have something you want to say. Michelle, I'd love to start with you, then pass it on to Thomas.
I will say that becoming a parent and really just being a parent is the hardest thing that I have ever done in my life. But it is also the most rewarding thing. And if that's something that's on your heart, you should really see if that can happen for you. And going back to what Thomas said, we make things happen, and not to let your perception of disability be a hindrance in any way on that road.
Yeah, 100% agree with you, Michelle. I said my daughters are older, 25 and 19, and so they're basically, for the most part, out of the house to a certain extent. But I still find myself thinking about them as if they were right here, like all the time, and still worrying about them, but not necessarily in a bad way, just in a, just in a concerned way, and just always thinking about them. I don't think that's ever going to stop. I don't want it to stop. Like parenting, being a dad is, I don't, sometimes I don't want to say it because it's like, oh, life is more than a dad. And I know that, but man, it's fantastic. Like, just like Keith was kind of saying earlier, like the fact that you recognize yourself in them, and they are a lot like me. And their mother gets upset. And I love that. And it's just a fantastic thing, yeah, so that's it. I'd leave it there. I'm crazy about my kids. I really am. I can't lie.
All right. This is Keith. I guess the words of wisdom are, really, if we want our communities, our families, our societies, our disability communities, our planet to be peaceful and to be accepting, we have to acknowledge we ain't got to like everybody in order to honor their humanity. That being said, we should honor, like being a parent, particularly being a parent in a co-parenting situation, in a pandemic with a disability, brings those kind of situations home. The words of wisdom that I would have is, the child didn't have to be here. So that's number one. The child never asked to be here. So in order to pour into that child, stop being selfish. Understand that whatever you're doing in terms of how do I figure out how to change diapers with my feet? Can I put you on the wheelchair and go to the store without hitting the pothole? I mean, I did, but they got up. They was all right. You know, how do we do these things? Just really, I mean, this is for anybody with or without disability. Children did not ask to be here. And for those of us who are in the position of making this world more accessible, more accommodating, making sure parents have accessibility to the documents, making sure the doctors don't necessarily say, maybe you don't want this baby. How do we do that? It's centering the fact that those who are the most vulnerable deserve the most protection, whether they have a disability or not. And parents with disabilities, at least I'm gonna be a little egotistical. I think we're a little more in tune to the vulnerabilities our children face going out into this world. So wrap them in your emotional bubble wrap. Still their spine to who they are. And let's change the world.
Love it.
I love that. I feel like your kids, all of them must be so amazing. Thank you so much, Keith, Michelle, and Thomas, for taking the time to speak with us and our audience today and being a part of the very first inaugural A11y conference. It's such an honor to have your voices here with us. Adriana, is there anything you need from our speakers before they
No.
sign off for the recording?
No, just stay in the backstage for a few minutes while your videos are uploading. But again, thank you so much. This was an amazing conversation. And I'm so happy that we were able to have this. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to bring our speakers off this stage. We want to thank all of you who join us today for the second day of the A11y conference. We laughed, we cried, we learned, we had an amazing time. I have learned so much from our speakers today, and I'm definitely going to need to take some time for myself after this conference to really process. How are you feeling, Adriana?
Same. Same. And you know that.
You are feeling great,
I
fantastic, full
am.
of energy.
Yeah, this was amazing. Today was amazing. Yesterday was amazing. Tomorrow's gonna be amazing. I'm so excited about our speakers tomorrow. You want to share who
I do.
coming up tomorrow?
Before we do that, where is my sponsor slide? Well, my sponsor slide is not where it should be, or maybe it is. Hold on. Let's move it down. All right. So we want to give a thank you to our sponsors, 3Play Media, Google, the Matthew V. Jocelyn Fund, Audio Eye, and House of Possibilities for sponsoring today's event, for prioritizing accessibility, and helping us create a space where we can have these conversations. Thank you. One of the things I want to let all of you know watching today's conference is that if you learn a thing or two, if you had a quote that stuck to you, if there was an exercise that stay close to you, make sure that you share that with us if you feel comfortable. Use the hashtag A11y Conference, and we will share it on our social. We could potentially even start with that tomorrow. Now, drum roll, please. We have our speakers for tomorrow, and tomorrow is going to be a fire lineup of speakers. We are starting strong. I gotta do the echo effect. Hold on. This is why I have done my. We are starting strong with the one, the only, Dr. Vincer. All right, so on the real, we are having a fireside chat with Dr. Vincer. Dr. Vincer is the father of the internet. This is the man that created email. That is wild. This man has created history, and we are having a fireside chat conversation with him tomorrow. What's really interesting is that Dr. Venser also had a very fascinating and just really incredible history with disability, with accessibility. I'm not going to spoil anything for him, but I am very excited to have him as our first speaker of the day tomorrow. After Venser, we are going to be joined by Lee Silvius and one of my old colleagues from Nobility, Erica Braverman. They are going to be teaching a workshop on minds, not gaps, neurodiversity, and the future of empathy. And I am so excited about this one because how do we teach empathy in accessibility? The next one is going to be impactability, disabled people leading disability projects. And this is going to be by Nico Mayering and Jessica Lopez. So this one is going to be interesting. These are Adriana's colleagues. Adriana, do you want to tell us a little bit about Nico and Jessica?
You just put me on the spot, but I actually don't know them well. I just managed to recruit them to speak, but I personally don't know them well.
Alrighty, we will be learning more from Nico and Jessica. I do remember their proposal for their talk, and it was one that really, really blew us away. So I'm really excited to hear their talk tomorrow. I thought you knew them. Then we have James Geiger. We're gonna find out tomorrow.
Geiger.
Geiger. Is this so? You two know? I think
I only know these people from doing the recording and the promotional
I feel like
video.
you got the insider. You got like the insider perspective. I'm so excited for those promotional videos. But those that I did see, it was like you had known these people for years. That's why I was so confused. Anyway,
I'm just good at engaging in conversation on one-on-one level to get people to talk. But I do know Michelle, Keith, and Thomas. Those people I actually do know. So
all right. So we have James, who is going to be talking about breaking down barriers and transforming lives. So that one's going to be spicy because it's all about AI. Next one is going to be Anthony Frisina, and their talk is going to be Above and Beyond, Journey of Inclusion and Accessibility. I read Anthony's submission for the proposal, and it was really good. I'm very, very excited to learn more about Anthony's story and his work in accessibility. Then we're gonna have Shoylani Medong. Okay. I love Shoylani. She is fabulous. She is absolutely living her best life. She is going to be talking about going abroad, having an international exchange experience, and how that can benefit your education and career path. Joy Lenny was previously working at Mobility International USA. And side note there, but this is the program where Judy Human met her husband. It's a study abroad program that works with people with disabilities all across the world to share information on accessibility, best practices for disability. And she was doing really great work there. And now she is in Washington, D.C. as the Restorative D.C. Program Assistant at School Talk D.C. And she is phenomenal. Just very, very excited to hear Joey Lenny speak tomorrow. And side note, we both went to NYU, so we actually have one final NYU graduate in our lineup here. So go Violet! The next speaker is going to be Carolyn Ginsberg Stern. She is the Director of Outreach and Strategic Initiatives at the Center for Hearing and Communications. She, along with the Executive Director for CHC, are presenting. Well, I mean, not for this presentation. The the executive director for CHC, presented on the first day, and she is presenting tomorrow on this different topic. Very excited to have both of them involved in these activities. Then we have Catarina Rivera, who is a public speaker and DEI consultant at Blindish Latina. She is going to be leading a talk tomorrow on creating a future of work that works for all of us, what companies, leaders, and educators can do. Very excited for her talk, what she's doing, and the new findings that she's going to share with us for tomorrow's presentation. Whoa, we have Andrew O, who is going to be leading an emergency preparedness with disability. Now, I will tell you, this is the man you want to have with you during an emergency. This is the man, because this man is prepared for the apocalypse. I am not even kidding. He even has a car, like one of those, I don't even think it's a Jeep, but he has one of those big cars that is like you see in the apocalypse movies. He is ready for war, famine, a tsunami, hurricanes, tornadoes. He is the man. But I follow him and I get a lot of advice from him on emergency preparedness. And he was sharing all of that with me. And I was just like, stop. You need to talk about this publicly. So this is his second time speaking at this conference, and I'm so excited to have him speak. He is also someone who has a hearing disability, and we connected when we were both working for the City University of New York. And then we are going to wrap up our very final panel of the A11y Conference with these giants. I mean, these are giants in the disability movement right now. We have Thomas Logan, the Chief Executive Officer of Equal Entry. I am such a fan of Thomas. Thomas was one of the very first people who took me seriously when I was starting my disability advocacy journey. He did an article on the work that I was doing with Project Hearing very early on, and that really helped bring a lot of credibility my way. So I'm very grateful for him trusting in me and elevating my work. We also have Eric Manser. Adriana, tell us a little bit about Eric.
So Eric is an amazing person who worked for giants in tech like IBM, Hewlett Packard, and now is at Harvard University, heading their digital accessibility program. He's also an athlete. He has completed the Boston Marathon and Triathlon. He actually was one of the first people to use IRA. So it is a live guided, humanly guided or sight guide. So you wear glasses and this person is remote and live and can direct you where you're going. And so he ran 26.2 miles wearing these glasses with someone in his ear telling him the terrain and all of that, and it was just amazing. But yes, Eric is an amazing person, and I'm so excited that he will be on this panel tomorrow.
I am so excited for Eric being there as well. He has so much to share with our community. And to close up, we are also going to be having Elisa Smith. She is the accessibility evangelist at AudioEye. And we are going to be closing up with our final speaker for tomorrow, who is going to be Kemuel Arroyo. I also know Kemuel from NYU. He is the current Chief Accessibility Officer for the MTA, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the largest public transportation system in the world. Okay? the largest public transportation system in the world, has
You forgot
achieved.
your echo. You forgot your echo for the world.
Okay, hold on. We gotta go for the full effect. And here we have the Chief Accessibility Officer for the largest transportation system in the world, Camwell Arroyo! And he is going to be joining this panel tomorrow. So it's going to be really fun. We're going to be learning a lot. I encourage all of you to take today, process some of the things that you've learned. Take some time to journal. Use the hashtag if you came across anything that you would like to share. And we are just so excited to have all of you here learning alongside us and creating a space for each of our speakers. So thank you so much. And we'll be seeing you tomorrow. Anything you want to add, Adriana?
No. Thank you, everyone, and see you tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.